Hey, John, checking in for a mic check.
Audio and video sound good. You are good to go.
All right, thank you.
Sure.
McKissick checking in. Does it sound okay today?
Your sound is great, but I have no video.
Okay. There you go.
There you go. Yes, sir. You are good to go.
All righty. Thank you.
Sure. Last call for audio video check.
All right, Joanne, just checking in with you, making sure you're ready. Okay, perfect. All right, good morning, everyone. It's 10 o'clock. Let's go on the record, please. Before we get started this morning, just want to announce an order was issued yesterday afternoon in E2 sub 1219, setting the DEP hearing to begin on September 29th at 9 o'clock in the morning. Just want to make sure you all are aware that scheduling order has been issued. So we will begin DEP September 29th, which is a Tuesday at 9 o'clock in the morning. All right, any motions or preliminary items from council before we begin?
Hi, Chair Mitchell, Kamal Robinson. Yes, I have a few things.
All right, Mr. Robinson.
Sure. So first, I wanted to provide a status update on our outstanding late filed exhibits for the record. So late filed exhibits numbers 1 and 2, I believe, which are the scenarios that Commissioners Duffley and Claude Felter requested, asking for the impact on the company's revenue requirement if EDIT was used to offset the company's CCR compliance costs as one scenario, and the accelerated appreciation of coal plants as the second scenario. On September 9th, the public staff and the company filed a request for clarification with the Commission to ensure we included the right and correct assumptions in those scenarios. Once we receive that clarification, we will complete that exercise.
All right, thank you, Mr. Robinson.
Sure. Late filed exhibit number 6, which was Chair Mitchell, your request for the Aero journal entries. We are working on that now, and we anticipate filing that by early next week.
All right, sounds good, Mr. Robinson.
Late filed exhibit number 7, which was Commissioner Brown Bland's request yesterday for the list of current employees that witness Bednarsek spoke with as she prepared to testify in this case. We are in the process of pulling that together, and we will provide that as soon as it's available.
Okay.
And late filed exhibit number 8, which was Commissioner Clodfelter's request yesterday for a record of coal ash related documents. We understand that we are waiting on a written request from the commission on this, which we understand will be forthcoming.
All right.
And based on our records, I think all other late file exhibits have been already provided. So if that is inconsistent with your records, please let us know. But we believe
And that is consistent with my records, Mr. Robinson.
Thank you. Next thing, so as of now, Chair Mitchell, the witness panel coming on next are the last witnesses the company intends to present in the DEC case. However, as we have not moved to excuse Ms. Jane McManus, our revenue requirement witness who previously testified on a few occasions from the hearing, I wanted to check with you, Chair, and the commissioners to see if there were any outstanding questions that you may have for her since she last testified, for which you would like her to reappear to testify to today. If that is the case, Ms. McManus is available today and ready and willing to testify to those matters. If not, then we will move to excuse her.
All right. Well, Mr. Robinson, let me consult with my colleagues and the commission staff, and I will let you know when we return from our morning break.
Thank you. And then last thing, at this time, Chair Mitchell, the company would move to.
I do.
Yes, I do.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Marzo. You may proceed.
Thank you, Chair Mitchell. Mr. Wells, would you please state your name and your business address for the record?
Jim Wells, 526 South Church Street. That's Charlotte, North Carolina.
And by whom are you in what capacity?
Duke Energy Business Services, Vice President, EHS Programs, and Environmental Sciences.
Thank you, Mr. Wells. And Mr. Wells, on March 4th of 2020, did you cause to be pre-filed in this case a rebuttal testimony consisting of 52 pages?
I did.
Do you have any changes or corrections to your pre-filed rebuttal testimony?
No changes.
Okay, if I asked you the same questions today, would your answers be the same?
They would.
Do you also have cause to be pre-filed in this rebuttal testimony, Wells Rebuttal Exhibits 1 and 2 to your rebuttal testimony?
I did.
Do you have any changes or corrections to your pre-filed rebuttal exhibits?
I do not.
Chair Mitchell, at this time, I'd move that Mr. Wells' pre-filed testimony, his rebuttal testimony, be entered into the record as if given orally from the stand, and that Mr. Wells' rebuttal exhibits 1 and 2 be pre-marked for identification.
All right, Mr. Marzo, hearing no objection to your motion, Mr. Wells's pre-filed rebuttal testimony will be copied into the record as if given orally from the stand. The 2 exhibits to that pre-filed testimony will be marked for identification as they were when pre-filed.
Thank you, Chair Mitchell. Mr. Wells, did you also prepare a summary of your testimony?
I did.
Okay, Chair Mitchell, the summary was provided to the commission and parties to this docket as required by the commission's order. And I'd ask that that summary of Mr. Wells be entered into the record as if given orally here today.
All right, Mr. Marzo, hearing no objection to that motion, the summary provided by Mr. Wells of his rebuttal testimony will be copied into the record as if given orally from the stand.
Thank you, Chair Mitchell. Ms. Williams, would you please state your name and business address for the record?
Yes, Marsha Williams, and my address is 2029 Century Park East, Suite 1080, Los Angeles, California, 90067.
And by whom are you employed in what capacity?
I'm employed by Nathan Advisors, which is an international consulting firm, and I'm a senior vice president.
Thank you, Ms. Williams. Now, Ms. Williams, on March 4th of 2020, did you cause to be pre-filed in this docket rebuttal testimony consisting of 98 pages and 1 exhibit?
Yes, I did.
Do you have any changes or corrections to your pre-filed rebuttal testimony?
I had 2 small typos wording changes that I caught afterwards.
Okay, and Chair Mitchell, that errata was provided to the commission and to parties per the commission's order. And with those changes, Ms. Williams, if I asked you the same question today, would your answers be the same?
Yes, they would.
And do you have any changes or corrections to your pre-filed rebuttal exhibit?
No.
Now, Ms. Williams, on May 4th of 2020, did you also cause to be pre-filed in this docket supplemental rebuttal testimony consisting of 12 pages?
Yes, I did.
Do you have any changes or corrections to your pre-filed supplemental rebuttal testimony?
No, I don't.
And if I've asked you the same questions today, would your answers be the same?
Yes.
Chair Mitchell, at this time, I would move that Ms. Williams' pre-filed rebuttal testimony and as well as her supplemental rebuttal testimony be entered in the records if given orally here today, and that her Exhibit 1 to her rebuttal testimony be pre-marked for identification.
All right, Mr. Marzo, hearing no objection to your motion, the rebuttal testimony and the supplemental rebuttal testimony pre-filed by witness Williams will be copied into the record as if given orally from the stand. And the one exhibit to her pre-filed rebuttal testimony will be marked for identification as it was when pre-filed.
Thank you, Chair Mitchell. Ms. Williams, did you also prepare a summary of your testimony?
Yes, I did.
Chair Mitchell, that summary was provided to the commission and to all parties as required by the commission's order, and I'd ask that it be entered into the records if given orally here today.
All right, hearing no objection, that motion is allowed.
With that, Chair Mitchell, the witnesses are available for cross-examination.
All right, thank you, Mr. Marzo. Public staff, you may proceed.
Thank you. This is Nadia Lohr with the public staff. I will begin with some questions for Ms. Williams. Good morning, Ms. Williams.
Good morning.
I'd like to start out very briefly on page 29 of your testimony.
Ms. Lohr, we're getting a little feedback on the line. So everyone confirm that they are on mute, not speaking. We'll see if this resolves as we move forward. All right, you may proceed, Ms. Lohr.
Thank you. So Ms. Williams, on page 29 of your testimony, I'm looking at lines 10 through 12. You state that in the early 1980s, North Carolina adopted regulations for classifying different waters of the state and establishing groundwater standards for different classifications. And here you're referring to the 2L rules, is that correct?
Yes, I am. And I know they were initially passed in 1979, but some significant changes were made in the early 80s, including some of the information on compliance boundaries.
Okay, but so you realize that they were adopted in 1979, and so that's when the prohibition on exceedances began.
I do understand they were initially passed in 1979.
Okay, thank you. And on pages 93 to 97 of your testimony, you discuss the 2L rule as a remedial requirement. Now, Ms. Williams, is the 2L rule simply a remedial requirement, or is it also a requirement to prevent groundwater contamination?
Well, I would call it an environmental performance standard. And as an environmental performance standard, and I'm speaking from my experience, not only in this matter, but certainly my federal experience, environmental performance standards have generally been used to ensure that whether it's groundwater, whether it's surface water, sediments, they've been developed over time, they've been expanded dramatically over time, both in terms of what constituents can get covered, but also in terms of the levels that are deemed protective, because as more and more information is developed on the fate and transport and the toxicity of different compounds, the environmental performance standards change, typically more stringently, occasionally less stringent. And so those standards are the best indication of what is protective in the environment. But the requirements that help ensure that are prospective and proactive, that ensure that the environment's protected, are design standards, construction standards, operational standards. So those are the standards that get put in regulations. Those are the standards that get put in permits as to how facilities are required to operate. And what happens, obviously, is you're hopeful, both the government is hopeful when they issue permits and the entities are hopeful when they build and design their plants, that they're going to meet those environmental performance standards, which, as I said, are a changing set of standards, often implemented many years after the original facility was built, designed, and permitted. And so what the federal government considers is that those standards, if they are exceeded at an appropriate boundary and with appropriate, if there's excessive risk, then what the federal government assumes and acts on is that you need to address that contamination. But it's also a check to tell you that the design and operational standards that the facility was permitted to operate under are not as adequate as what had been believed or understood at the time the permits were issued. So I call that a remedial standard. That's, I think, the most general way to describe it. It's certainly a regulation, it's a requirement, you have to meet it, but it's an after the fact assessment. You can't really design for an environmental performance standard, particularly if it's not even in place at the time that you're permitted to construct and operate your facility.
Understood. So once the regulations, the 2L rule, once the 2L rule was adopted in 1979, and these groundwater standards were in place, would you agree that the company at that point had a responsibility to assess whether or not it was meeting those groundwater standards and to take action based on that knowledge?
No, I wouldn't really agree with it as you've stated. I think it was a joint responsibility, and in fact, it was a responsibility of the regulatory agency if they believed that the design and operational requirements of facilities that existed were inadequate to meet those standards, then the permits really should have included additional requirements. So, for example, if there was a need or a belief that the specific facilities would likely, were highly likely or reasonably likely to result in groundwater contamination exceeding the standards, in my experience, the general way that would have been addressed is there would have either been a requirement put into a permit to monitor groundwater, or there would have been a requirement to modify some aspect of design or operation. That could be identified by the company, that could be identified by the regulators, but regulators normally don't issue permits if they believe there's an unprotective situation associated with the permit they're getting ready to issue.
So it sounds like you're saying that Duke's coal ash basins and its obligation to comply with regulations was a responsibility of DEQ rather than Duke Energy Carolinas. Is that what you're saying?
I'm saying that when a regulatory agency issues a permit, it looks at all the information that's available, and it can issue that permit if it believes that permit is protective. Regulatory agencies are not typically in a position where and I'm going to speak for federal, you cannot issue a federal permit if you have information to suggest that that permit will not protect health and the environment. So it's a joint responsibility, but it is my experience working in many states and federally that the existence of a performance standard like the North Carolina 2L standards, normally if groundwater monitoring was an expected requirement, it would be written either into the regulations or more likely written into each of the individual permits. And so that was not the case with 2L. It certainly was not the case with the federal subtitle D regulations that did a criteria that did apply to the Duke Energy facilities.
So I can point to some of your testimony, which is along these lines, and I have a few additional questions. On page 69, beginning on line 19, you state that the lack of regulatory action on the part of DEQ is, quote, a strong indication that DE Carolina's operations were considered to be reasonable and protective by the agency charged with protecting the North Carolina environment. And I think that's what you've been saying just now.
Well, let me, if I could just supplement for a minute. In this particular time frame, in the time frame of 1979 to 1981, the federal government was giving large amounts of money to every state, okay, to implement the Subtitle D criteria. This is the set of guidance / criteria. They're sometimes called criteria. They're sometimes called regulations that EPA put out in 1979 to define what was a protective solid waste facility. And one of those criteria had to do with groundwater. And EPA was giving significant grant money out in this time frame to the states and asked the states, please identify solid waste facilities that did not meet these criteria. And states did all different types of things in response to that. But all states were required to put together what was called an open dump inventory that listed all their solid waste facilities that they believed did not meet the criteria. And Duke's facilities were not on North Carolina's open dump list. In fact, coal ash surface impoundments and landfills were generally not on any state's open dump list in the window of time between 1979 and 1985, which is when the inventory stopped being put together.
Understood. So going back to your language on page 69, is it your position that the absence of regulatory action on the part of DEQ is an endorsement of the company's practices?
I think that what it is an indication of what the knowledge base was at the time. And we've heard a lot of discussion here today about whether people are using today's knowledge to interpret what was going on back in many decades ago. You know, there's not a lot of advantages to being an old person, but the one advantage I can tell you is I lived through this. And so I can tell you that the level of knowledge and the level of thinking on groundwater and the potential risks from groundwater contamination and which types of facilities were understood to be the highest likelihood of causing issues in this exact time frame is extremely different than what everybody knows today. And that's a good thing because we expect knowledge to improve, and it has improved on all kinds of topics. So what I'm trying to share with you is what the knowledge was at that time. I'm trying to explain it so that you and others hopefully will recognize that the knowledge at that time was not sufficient to say those coal ash basins were understood that they were going to result in contamination of groundwater above 2L standards or above health protective levels. And the reason that that matters, okay, is that you have to realize that in this time frame, North Carolina and every state was dealing with hundreds to thousands of facilities that they were trying to identify which were the ones which were most important to address to deal with the potential, and I underline the word potential, the potential for groundwater contamination. And both Congress and EPA both believed that the most important thing was to identify those that would be designated as hazardous waste facilities. And the second thing would be to identify those that were identified as open dumps and get them upgraded. And those were the priorities back then. So I'm not being critical of North Carolina. I'm trying to share with you what the focus was and what the level of information was and how people were looking at generalized requirements in that time frame. And if they expected them to apply to a particular facility, they normally put them into a permit in some kind of fashion as a requirement.
Understood. And we'll discuss historical knowledge in a little bit. But first, I want to go back to the fact that we're looking at North Carolina and we're not looking at federal regulations right now, we're talking about the 2L rules and the fact that those did prohibit groundwater exceedances beginning in 1979, correct?
They identified I think I would say what they did is they identified the levels of contamination that would be acceptable in different classifications of groundwater in the state of North Carolina. And they're very similar to, just like saying the federal government had primary drinking water standards that were effective anywhere that you were dealing with drinking water. And other states had similar kinds of standards at that time.
And you stated, I believe, that coal ash impoundments may not have been a priority given other issues at the time. Regardless of whether or not they may have been a priority, they still had to comply with the law. Is that right?
I think I've already said they had to comply with, certainly they had to comply with regulations and permits that were specific to their facilities. And clearly, if they violated those standards, they would have had to address, working with the regulator, they would have had to address what needed to be done if they exceeded the standards. As I say, in 1979, I don't believe there were any compliance boundaries, but they would have had to address it. But addressing an exceedance is different than saying they were required to monitor for groundwater.
At this time, Chair Mitchell, I would ask that Public Staff Cross Exhibit 65 be identified as Public Staff Wells Williams Rebuttal Cross Examination Exhibit number 1.
All right, Mr. Ward, just want to confirm that we're all looking at the same document. Is this a letter from NC Diener dated August 28th, 2014?
That's correct.
Okay. The document will be marked as Public Staff Wells Williams Rebuttal Cross-Examination Exhibit number 1.
Thank you. And Ms. Williams, if you can refer to this document, and it's addressed from Donald Van Gogh with DEQ at the time. And if you look at
Pardon me, if you're not speaking, if you can mute, that would be very helpful. It's breaking up and I'm having a hard time. Thank you.
Yes, Ms. Williams, I believe we're getting a bit of an echo from your line. So when you complete an answer, would you mute? I know that's difficult to remember, but just try to keep your line muted when you're not speaking. Thank you.
So, so Ms. Williams, if you see that the letter was addressed from Donald Vandervaart with DEQ at the time, if you look at the very last page, you'll see that he was at the time Deputy Secretary of DEQ. Do you see that?
Give me a second, I'm just scrolling to the end. But I have looked at this and that is my memory. Yes.
Okay, thank you. And if you would turn to the very first page of the letter and read for me, beginning with the sentence that begins within 90 days of coming into office.
Within 90 days of coming into office, under the leadership of Secretary John E. Sclavara, I'm not sure if I had that right, and through the vigorous efforts of DENR engineers and scientists, this administration has undertaken enforcement action to address the long-ignored environmental problems associated with coal ash ponds in the state of North Carolina. Want me to keep going, or?
Yes, please. One more sentence.
These problems, ranging from unauthorized discharges to groundwater contamination, have been well known and well documented for decades. Yet virtually no initiative was undertaken by any non-governmental organization or governmental agency to address these problems until quite recently.
Thank you. And so, this letter is dated in 2014. At that point, the state's environmental agency acknowledged that not only were the problems associated with the company's coal ash ponds well known for decades, but that they had been ignored. Isn't that right?
Well, I think this letter says what this letter says. It clearly was issued at a change of administration, and in my experience, having been through many of those at the federal level, you get all kinds of things written at changes of political administration. So I'm not going to comment on that, but I would point out that 2014 is a very different time frame than 1981, which is what you and I were having a discussion about and what was known and thought about in 1981.
And let's move on and talk about some of this historical knowledge that you've mentioned. Let's begin with the EPRI manuals. And we can turn to those if we need to, we may not need to. But my first question, would you agree that the EPRI manuals discussed by Mr. Junis in his testimony represent the state of industry knowledge at the time they were published?
I would not characterize them that way. In fact, I spent a fair amount of time looking at both of the manuals, but I looked at the 1981 manual, which was supposedly projecting what the requirements were going to be for coal ash ponds. And that manual was premised on utilizing a proposed rule that EPA had actually issued based on a statutory authority that was pre the Resource Conservation and Recovery Act, which came out in 1976. Those rules were designed for landfills. They were not designed for surface impoundments or ash ponds. They were never finalized. And in fact, when EPA went back and under the Resource Conservation and Recovery Act, developed the solid waste regulations that I did talk about, the subtitle D criteria, they look completely different. So I think that manual was an attempt to share information with the industry about where things could be going. But I do not think it was an accurate representation of everything that was known in that time frame. In fact, I think it actually did not do a good job of summarizing the full amount of information that was existing at the time with regard to what was known about groundwater contamination and the potential for various kinds of units to result in groundwater contamination, which I'd be happy to talk about in more detail.
Well, so first of all, the EPRI manuals were published as manuals, correct? In the sense that industry was intended to use them as guidance. Is that right?
I'm not going to speak for EPRI, but I have worked with EPRI both when I was in EPA and have utilized EPRI materials since leaving EPA. And trade associations and research groups like EPRI typically provide information, obtain information from their members, and share information with their members. So I think the guidance manual has enough information in it, both the 81 and even more so, the 82 manual that was designed not for new facilities, but for existing facilities, has a lot of information in it that indicates that this is a time of significant flux. And EPRI is just trying to share the information as to what could potentially be happening. This is not a regulation. It is not a guidance that says, and in fact, if you read particularly the 82 manual, that is the manual that addresses existing facilities, it does not say every existing facility needs to do A, B, C, D, E. It says, here's a bunch of information that may be relevant to your existing facilities. And as we understand better where EPA is going to go, as it continues to evaluate and collect information, on coal ash landfills and ponds, you may want to upgrade certain things, but we don't know yet what that's going to be. So I think that that manual is really quite clear as it's applied to existing facilities. But I would also point out that that manual does make a statement, or the manuals make a statement, that groundwater monitoring is required. It was not required by EPA's federal regulations, and it was not required in any of the permits. And in my experience, and I'd be happy to discuss the statistics, I guess I would tell you, that I believe are relevant in evaluating Duke's performance in this precise time frame against other ash ponds in this time frame. Because in this time frame, a very small number of ash ponds or ash landfills had liners, and a very small number, less than 10%, had groundwater monitoring. And that did not change dramatically. It did not change dramatically for ponds all the way through until you get post 2010. In fact, Duke was way ahead of the industry in terms of the fact that it had groundwater monitoring in all of its ash ponds by 2010. And when you contrast that with the industry as of 2010, I believe had groundwater monitoring in 42% of its ponds. So you have to go back and look at both the knowledge, which is very different than what I've heard summarized here over the last week, and you have to go back and look at the specifics of individual facilities in light of a broader context.
Thank you. And going back to my first question, and it sounds like from the explanation you just gave, I mean, the EPRI manuals, when they were published, represented knowledge that industry had at the time. Would you disagree with that?
Well, I would, because I think if you look at the 1981 EPRI manual, it says we're basing this on a proposed rule that EPA wrote quite a long time ago, whereas EPA, in fact, as of the date of that EPRI manual, had finalized its Subtitle D requirements. So, I mean, I don't think it's adequately characterized. And I would put into context another thing. EPA started looking at coal ash ponds in the late 1970s and did a lot of work on coal ash ponds. EPA issued its 1988 report to Congress during my tenure. I managed that operation and the production of that report. And, and that report looked at, I think I'm going to give an approximate number, but there were at least 75 reference documents utilized by EPA, and I should say cited by EPA in the development of that report. There are a bunch of EPRI reports that are utilized by EPA, and a lot of information that EPRI collected that was utilized by EPA in the development of the 1988 report to Congress. But those two EPRI manuals were not utilized. And they were not utilized because I think at the time, EPA felt the same way about them as what I'm trying to share with you today. They were an attempt, and a good attempt, I'm not being critical of EPRI, to try and share some information with its membership as to what might be happening. But it didn't represent either industry standards or what ultimately was deemed necessary to happen to protect groundwater at that time, based on information at that time.
And I'd like to go back to something you said. You said that the EPRI manual stated that groundwater monitoring was a requirement. I just wanted to confirm that you didn't mean a legal or regulatory requirement. You meant that the EPRI manuals stated that facilities, well, I can quote, that groundwater monitoring was necessary to provide convincing proof of a safe disposal practice. Is that correct?
I don't have it in front of me, but it sounds similar to what the EPRI, so I'll, subject to check, I will accept that. But what I want to make sure I explain here is that that was not the viewpoint of the Federal Environmental Protection Agency as to the way to address which facilities had the potential to adversely impact groundwater. EPA had put out various guidance documents. They had shared information with the states on how you might go about looking at site-specific, both ponds and landfills, because I need to emphasize to folks in this time frame, EPA was equally worried about landfills as they were about ponds. And there were equally many more, actually, examples of groundwater contamination events that were known at that time from landfills than from ponds. And so EPA looked at the kind of factors that were relevant to consider. And it's a large range of factors, and EPA provided this guidance to the states on how you might look at individual sites to identify those that were most important. But they did not advise putting in groundwater monitoring wells at every facility. And part of that was because the state of groundwater monitoring was in its infancy, and I say regulatory groundwater monitoring, the kind of groundwater monitoring that would be useful to a regulator to come to a conclusion as to how to apply that information in the regulation of a particular facility. So groundwater monitoring today is a very different animal than what existed and was capable of back then. And I'd be happy to walk through that history, but if that's useful to you or members of the commission as to the evolution of groundwater monitoring and many of the issues the agencies, including my agency at the time, the federal EPA, were trying to address with regard to groundwater monitoring.
That's all right, Ms. Williams. I have a few more questions I'd like to get to. So you stated essentially that, you know, groundwater monitoring wasn't necessarily required by EPA at the time. Is that generally what you were saying?
Groundwater monitoring was required by EPA for what EPA considered the high priority facilities, which at that time were those facilities that EPA defined as hazardous waste land-based facilities. So hazardous waste landfills, hazardous waste surface impoundments, hazardous waste land treatment facilities. Groundwater monitoring was required at that set of facilities starting between 1980 and 1982. There were variances available, and what EPA found in putting a huge amount of effort at that point is that the ability to get groundwater monitoring into those roughly 1,500 facilities was extremely challenging. So it was required for some facilities. It was not required for solid waste facilities, including coal ash ponds and landfills.
And you, just very, very briefly, I want to confirm that the 1981 manual does provide guidance with respect to establishing a groundwater monitoring system, correct? They provide considerations for determining the location and depth of wells, how to determine the direction of groundwater flow, well location, monitoring analysis parameters. I mean, they lay out guidance for facilities to follow. Isn't that right?
Again, you say they're laying out guidance for facilities to follow. It was guidance. That's number one. Number two, the 1981 EPRI manual was targeted toward new facilities. It was not targeted towards Duke's facilities that were existing facilities. And number three, EPA recognized that the guidance that was available, including guidance like the type that EPRI put out and others tried to put out, when they tried to apply that kind of guidance for how to do a groundwater monitoring system to real facilities, and I use as real facilities the hazardous waste facilities that everybody agreed were extremely high priority to get groundwater monitoring in at. What EPA realized is that guidance was, and I'm just going to use this word, it was naive. It was not capable of easily being translated to how you put a groundwater system in to these complex situations. So once EPA realized that, because EPA got hundreds of questions from people, well, what do you mean by this, that, and the other thing? Things that the EPRI manual thought it had answered, okay? But it didn't answer it. So when you went into the field and you tried to do this, it didn't turn out to be straightforward as you seem to suggest the EPRI manual suggested it was. And so EPA went out to 60 of those high priority facilities with a team of like 15 people on a specialized task force and worked to figure out what could be learned about how you do groundwater monitoring at these facilities. And the answer EPA came up with was published for the first time in 1986 in a guidance manual on how to put groundwater wells in to either a surface impoundment or landfill facility that would give meaningful results for decision makers. And that guidance manual was 250 pages long. And my agency got brought up in front of Congress a couple years later and asked specifically, why isn't everybody, you've now put out the guidance, why isn't everybody already doing groundwater monitoring perfectly? And they were asking about hazardous waste facilities. And the answer that came back is that the Government Accountability Office had looked at this and they said there were still missing things from EPA's 250-page manual. And EPA had to update that manual, which it finally did by 1992. And by the mid-90s, over 80% of hazardous waste facilities have been able to put in really decent groundwater monitoring systems. But that's the evolution of this. And so to go back, and when I hear Mr. Junis say, well, Duke should have put in a comprehensive groundwater monitoring system in 1981, that just isn't the way anything was functioning back then. And when I hear Mr. Quarles say, you were supposed to put your wells in 1984 in the perch zone. You weren't supposed to put those wells in the uppermost aquifer. EPA had dealt with that issue for 5 years, okay, saying some perch zone, they tried to define a perch zone that would be part of the aquifer that would be considered for groundwater monitoring. And they couldn't do it. They started out trying to do that in 1978. And by 1986, when they did this comprehensive guidance manual, they say some perch zones can be part of the uppermost aquifer, but only if they generate sufficient water. And you need to work with your agency on that issue. So you have to understand that the environmental field was different back then. And it's wonderful that we're in a different place today, but it isn't where we were then.
Thank you. Let's move on to a slightly different topic. I'm looking at page 61 of your testimony, lines 1 through 5. And here you state that the 1984 study conducted for Duke Energy Carolinas concluded that, quote, none of Duke's ash classified as RCRA hazardous waste. And Ms. Williams, did Duke Energy Carolinas believe at the time that coal ash had to be classified as hazardous waste in order to contaminate groundwater?
Miss Williams, I'm going to interrupt you. Ms. Miller, would you please restate the page that you're referring to? I missed it. I apologize.
Sure. Page 61, lines 1 through 5.
All right. Thank you. Ms. Williams, you may proceed.
Thank you, Commissioner. Look, I can't, Jim Wells can speak for Duke. I can't speak for Duke in terms of what Duke thought, but I can say that absolutely not. You did not need to be a hazardous waste to have a potential impact on groundwater. But the reason I'm emphasizing hazardous waste and all the effort that was put into it is EPA spent, at Congress's direction, a lot of time identifying what constituted a hazardous waste, because if you were going to start to fix problems that might be out there, the understanding is that those facilities that classified as a hazardous waste had the highest likelihood of causing problems to groundwater. So of course, hazardous constituents that are not in that are not classified as hazardous waste, or I should say waste streams that contain hazardous constituents, can cause groundwater contamination. But we're dealing with probabilities and potential. And that's why EPA provided guidance that dealt with concentrations, distance to drinking water wells, distance to groundwater, permeability of soils, and all kinds of other factors that would be considered in deciding what non-hazardous waste facilities were high priority for installation of groundwater monitoring.
And later on that same page, page 61, I'm looking at lines 5 through 8. You're still discussing the 1984 study, and you state that it concluded that given the nature of Piedmont soils underlying the ash basins and its high ion exchange capacity, Duke's disposal of wet coal ash would have no significant impact on groundwater or surface water that received that groundwater. And Ms. Williams, this study, it only included groundwater monitoring data from one of Duke Energy Carolina's sites, Allen, isn't that right?
That's correct. It had actually a significant number of wells that had been put in over time at the Allen facility. And then it did leachate analysis at other facilities so that Duke could understand the variability of leachate. And it, I think Ms. Benarczyk discussed this. I mean, the individuals involved in that study, and again in the 80 Little study, which was also EPRI was involved in that as well, and in the 1987 Riverbend study, looked specifically at the differences, for example, in soils at Riverbend versus soils at Allen. But the knowledge at that time was that the Piedmont soils were providing significant attenuation capability for coal ash leachate. So again, I'm urging you to look back at what the knowledge was then. And I think both of those studies were very thorough studies.
And you say in your testimony, and you've stated, I believe today several times, that the impacts of coal ash disposal at a specific site are site specific, isn't that right?
Yes, they are site specific, but that doesn't mean that you can't take information. And in fact, that's exactly what people were doing, was taking information about one site and then looking to see if other sites were similar. That's exactly what was going on. So the Piedmont soils were considered to be similar. And I think if you look at the 1987 Riverbend study, which Mr. Wells, I'm sure, could give you more detail on, but if you look at that study, you'll see they looked at for potential differences between the soils, but they're Piedmont soils and they fit within a certain class of materials. That's why Duke did leachate studies to see if the ash at the different facilities might look different. So yes, you do site specific, and then you look at a set of factors, but many of the factors that you look at are similar between the set of DEC facilities that were all located in similar geology.
And we'll discuss the leachate tests in just a moment. But first, I mean, the factors you list yourself in your testimony include the vertical distance between the waste and the aquifer, the amount and type of waste being managed, and the depth and direction of groundwater. So those go beyond just the type of Piedmont soil, which itself, soil does differ from site to site, isn't that right?
Yes, I gave a very small set of factors. There are many other factors besides the ones I put in here and the ones that you just read. And again, knowledge of that changed over time. So what we have to do today to model or monitor, particularly to model the fate and transport of these contaminants in groundwater, is very much more sophisticated than what was capable of being done in the early 1980s. So yes, you looked at those factors, but the reason that EPA was able to provide generalized guidance to do site specific is they wanted to be able to distinguish a site that was in an environment like Piedmont with perhaps surface water relatively close to the ash ponds from a situation where you're in California and you have perhaps extremely sandy in some cases with very deep groundwater. And so the concept was you would identify patterns among categories of types of sites. And that's one of the reasons I believe I was asked in an information request, well, how in the world can you possibly know what's going on if you don't put groundwater wells in? And the answer is, not only did you have certain other types of information that could indicate that there could be an issue, such as, let's say, you could have problems with fish in a river or in a pond or in a stream, because in fact you are having some kind of excess amount of contaminants reaching there. So that's an indication that you can detect without monitoring. But not only that, you take information of the type that EPA recommended that all the states use to look at their individual facilities, and you figure out, based on where you have seen issues, what other types of sites may require putting in groundwater monitoring. And that's how we did it back then.
So, I'm glad you mentioned that, when the company tested at Allen, it did find exceedances, did it not?
The conclusion that I recall from, again, I would defer to Mr. Wells on this, but the conclusion of that study was that there were not exceedances down gradient that were above the 2L standards. Arsenic was one they looked at very carefully because arsenic was the compound that EPA was most concerned about at this time frame as a risk driver. And they did say that it was not yet, that the ash pond had not yet reached steady state with the groundwater. And so over time, there could be some additional contamination. But they projected that to be, I think, either below or right about at the secondary standard in the future, not now. So I do believe they had some high readings on some of the background wells for manganese. But again, I may not be remembering precisely, and I would urge you to ask Mr. Wells on that.
Yeah, I'd be happy to answer questions on that. I have reviewed that as well. And that is my understanding. I mean, there was no down gradient. I think we'll have to have some discussion about what you mean by exceedance, but in any event, you have an established compliance boundary around the basin. There's nothing exceeds a 2L standard outside a compliance boundary that's built into that report. There are some values that exceed what were the published standards for various contaminants, including manganese and iron, which have a naturally occurring contribution. At the time, there was no establishment of a background level. But in any event, what the report was really concluding is that there was no down gradient migration of those contaminants above a drinking water level standard, with a real focus on the primary MCLs and even more specific to arsenic, and trying to determine whether it was a migration that ultimately could hit a receptor or present a risk to the public health or to the environment. And it concluded, as Ms. Williams already indicated, it did conclude that the prediction with respect to the potential to exceed an arsenic standard, which was again a primary focus at that time, it would be 50 years and up to 100 years before an arsenic standard would be exceeded if the plant retired as it was anticipating in the future. And that was even after acknowledging the concept that there was still an equilibrium left to be reached. So it acknowledged it had a potential for additional time before a full equilibrium is reached. And even in light of that, given the attenuation studies they did and the time travel and understanding the science as a whole, that was the prediction they landed on, that you were at 50 to 100 years before you'd see an arsenic limit exceedance at the Lake Wiley level.
I would just supplement, I think you can look at EPA's 1988 report to Congress, which summarized both the report and the results at the Allen plant, and did not find groundwater issues problematic to EPA in the review of the results of that study or of the Allen plant.
And Mr. Wells, since we're talking about Allen now, I have a few more questions I can go ahead and ask you. You had mentioned that manganese and iron are naturally occurring. And are you aware that the Arthur D. Little 1985 study stated that regarding tracer constituents, elevations of concentrations versus background concentrations were evident at some of the down gradient wells?
I would, I mean, I'd certainly prefer to see the page and see what it says. And
I can refer you to it if you'd like.
that would be good. I am familiar with the document, and I'm familiar with the statement you're referring to.
So I'm looking.
But I would like to look at the page if you, I mean, I would prefer that, so we could look at it.
Sure. So we're looking at Joint Exhibit 10. And I don't know if it's a paper copy or the PDF, but if it's on paper, it's page 5-21.
I'm sorry, can you repeat the page?
5-21.
Okay, I'm there.
Okay, and let's see. This is the last, if you look at the last bullet on the page and that first dash, it states that elevations of concentrations versus background concentrations were evident at some of the down gradient wells.
Okay.
So that would indicate that although manganese and iron are constituents that occur naturally, that there were elevated levels of some of these tracer constituents in down gradient wells. Isn't that right?
Well, I mean, you know, recognize that can mean a lot of things when you're dealing with something like iron and manganese. The variation of what's natural is very significant, and it can be very significant. And I mean, again, I would also recognize a big part, if you're going, you know, we're talking about 1980, in this case, 81, 82 time frame. And what the focus here is on is the concept of whether or not it's presenting a risk to the public health. So there was a primary focus on the primary MCOs. And the iron and manganese, while I indicate their background, their background concentrations that vary both up gradient and down gradient, and whether or not you're within or out of that statistical variation. That's some additional analysis that would be applicable. But also the fact that those both iron and manganese are secondary standards and were secondary standards at the time, and not being regulated based on public health at that point. It was the aesthetic and odor type concerns associated with secondary.
And you know, despite these exceedances, the company discontinued the use of those wells in 1982. Isn't that right?
I don't know when those wells would have been discontinued. What you see here is, you know, probably just a couple things. When you refer to exceedances here, remember there's a compliance boundary around this. You know, so what this report is recognized is that there is an impact to groundwater within the vicinity of the basin. And there's many wells, as you can see, inside the basin and right at the boundary of the basin. And it's indicating there is an impact at or near the basin. I think that's what the conclusion is. But it's not indicating that it's seeing a migration. And there's nothing in this report that indicates there's an exceedance or a violation of the 2L standard in the sense of outside of a compliance boundary that is above an established background level, established pursuant to the process set forth under 2L. So what I'm indicating is here, this report it concludes that there's no significant impact to groundwater. And it's based on the data that is set forth within it. And the fact that this report, as well as the other reports that follow, and the data that is used within it to support those conclusions, all of those are indicating an appropriate action based on what you're finding. And it is iterative, and you continue to analyze with time to drive the appropriate decisions based on what you're seeing. Now, having said that, the one thing I would tell you is if throughout that iterative process, if you're beginning to see something that suggests a risk to the public health, then you move on that quickly. You move and take action. And that's what the company has done and that throughout these years. However, if you are in that realm of things that aren't presenting a risk to the public health, we have an impact of the basin. We have an impact within the vicinity of this basin. There's no question. But is it migrating? Is it impacting receptors, being neighbors' wells? Is it impacting a downstream surface water body in a way that's impacting water quality or the fishery in a negative way? If you're seeing any of that, you take action, and you take it quick, as quick as you can to mitigate. All these things move relatively. Groundwater moves slow as a concept that's used in the industry. It's just because it takes, it is very complex. But in any event, if you see a risk, you take action. What you're seeing with these sites, I mean, the common theme you will see, and I'm sure we'll walk through all the data, but you'll see it from the 70s through the present time, that what we're seeing is typically iron, manganese, pH, and that there are background concentrations of these type things that vary significantly. And there's published data that you can refer to that will show what that is. Are we seeing a risk? No. If we did, we would take action. But we are taking appropriate action to continue to understand whether or not it's presenting a risk, one, and two, working with the regulator to understand what, if any, more action we need to be taken in response. And now I will tell you, I know the response that I think I'm hearing throughout what I've been hearing for the last couple of weeks is a suggestion that there's been this violation of the groundwater standards since 1978, or whenever we first put our first well in. And again, we're not in violation of the standard until we begin to see an impact outside the compliance boundary. So that's a big part of what the analysis has been over the last 10 years, is to understand that level of impact. And then if you are outside the compliance boundary, what's the regulatory response? Always recognizing risk would drive everything.
And the compliance boundary was not established in 1979, correct? Those were established several years later.
In 84. So remember, 2L, first groundwater standards established in 2L, 1979. There's a handful of contaminants that are identified there for us. And of course, more have been added over the years. I think it started with, a double-digit type number, ended up with a triple digit where we are today. So they've evolved. The concentrations have evolved with time, as you would expect. And the perimeter of compliance was established in the 84, I think it was in either 83, 84 revision. So this is when the Allen groundwater is being evaluated. So it established then explicitly that there was this concept of a compliance boundary. And that was further refined with further developments of 2L and then further interpretations of 2L that have occurred over time as far as how that compliance boundary applied.
And so I asked you whether the company discontinued the use of its wells in 1982. I think you said subject to check.
No, I said, I don't know absolutely as to 82. I know post-Allen studies, the internal 84 study, which has been in the record, and after the 80 Little study, which of course was done by EPA's contractor, who had installed additional wells. After that, and based on the findings of those, there was a strong basis, particularly back in those years, if you were sitting in that seat and you're reviewing this conclusion that there is no risk, that we do not anticipate arsenic movement for 50 to 100 years, which was a big focus of what they were evaluating. that supported what they were seeing with respect to removal of the groundwater monitoring wells. It's not uncommon in the environmental realm, even today, that you may start monitoring to determine if you have issues. And if you're not seeing them, which is where they were at that time, they determined they weren't seeing issues. That was supported not just with the Duke study, it was supported by the A.D. Little study. And it was ultimately relied on by the 88 report to Congress. So it wasn't Duke relying on something and a question of whether they should or should have known. Well, if they should have known, A.D. Little and that entire staff should have known. The EPA 88 report to Congress, all those folks should have known. The Riverbend study, which, we've referred to Harry LeGrand, who I've heard referred to as, in essence, the father of hydrogeology in the Carolinas, authored the 87 report, and we're suggesting that even he was incompetent. So the concept here is these reports on the whole indicate, based on the attenuation studies, based on groundwater monitoring that was done by both Duke and A.D. Little, that there was not a significant impact to the groundwater, and that in the future, it was not anticipated that there would be, based on what they were looking at and how they were prioritizing at the time. And again, 40 years ago. But that conclusion by Duke is supported by that. And I find that to be very reasonable. And for what it's worth, even today, that's the type data we see. That attenuation, that concept of an attenuation is there. Our plume today is just, it sits there. As it moves, it attenuates. It's not a growing plume. That plume is sitting beneath the basin and is extended outside the compliance boundary in certain areas, but it's sitting and it's stable, and our multiple models say it will continue to do so for hundreds of years as we see it if we take no further action. But that's consistent with what was being discussed in those documents. So even 40 years later, much more sophisticated work, much more sophisticated modeling, still largely consistent with what they had found back then. And the other point I want to make, because this has been lost, all of this was voluntary. If you look at the 78 study, there are data, there are things out there suggesting there's a potential for groundwater impact. So what does Duke do? They've got 6, 7 sites. They take what they believe to be a representative site and they initiate voluntarily all this. So the reason we can cherry pick a well here or two and do a 20/20 hindsight is because Duke did that voluntary study. It wasn't a DEQ directed. It wasn't EPA directed. They did it. The reason you can question all their data is because they did such a good job documenting what they did and where they put the wells, the depth they put them. They didn't, it went below the perched water. If you read it, it says below the perched water. The first reference to the perched water sample indicates it went below the perched water because that was the first place they could get adequate sample volume. So we now have a witness cherry picking and saying they went below the perched water. I'm not sure. I won't opine as to whether they did that intentionally.
Chair Mitchell, I'm sorry. I think he's gone beyond the question that I asked.
Chair, I'd ask that the witness be allowed to complete his answer.
All right, Mr. Wells, we'll let you proceed. I'm going to overrule the objection. Let's proceed with your answer, and please just do your best to stay on track and respond to the question that you're asked, just in the interest of moving the hearing along efficiently. Thank you, sir.
Very well, I will. I was emphasizing that this was voluntary. This was Duke that volunteered to do the wells. There was also a voluntary effort to share with A.D. Little. In a sense that A.D. Little did, out of the 500, 600, I don't know how many ash ponds ultimately were determined. A.D. Little, Duke was one of six sites out of all of those that did that level of a study that ultimately culminated in a hundreds and hundreds of pages report that included Duke. And so Duke's doing this voluntarily and doing this to assist with the development of the understanding of groundwater impacts. And the key conclusion, not just from Duke's internal voluntary work, but A.D. Little work, was the same. And that is that the impacts were localized. They weren't seeing a risk. They weren't seeing a significant impact. All of that supported Duke's determination as to what, if any, additional groundwater monitoring needed to do in that area going forward. There were no recommendations in any of those reports suggesting further groundwater monitoring, including the AD Little.
Thank you. And do the soils surrounding coal ash impoundments have an infinite attenuation capacity?
I would refer you to the reports and the studies and the ongoing documents that have been filed with the state with respect to that very issue. I will say that 80s studies talked about that. They considered that. And still concluded that the migration, they were 50 to 100 years before you'd see anything with respect to arsenic at the Lake Wiley level. So the concept is that the localized soils have some attenuative capacity. And by the way, I did want to clear the one point that I heard, I think one of the witnesses referred to, there was this bad assumption that I think it was another reference to just the level of expertise within the folks in the 80s with referencing that there was an assumption of some sort that it was clay, that it was all clay, or that it was predominantly clay. The attenuation studies that were done and that were ultimately relied on, and it's evidenced by the AD Little report as well as the 84 report, indicates that those attenuation studies didn't assume a percentage of clay. They actually pulled the sample at the basin, at that well, and did an analysis of what the percent clay, percent sand, percent sandy clay, percent sandy loam, all the various geology type terms. They lay out what that percentages are as to clay. They declare it, I think it was 20% clay in one sample. They did actual attenuative studies then on that actual material. So there wasn't an assumption of it's clay and therefore will attenuate. It was actual material at the site with an attenuative study that resulted in a conclusion that these soils, based on the analysis we did of these soils, had this attenuative capacity. And then they developed conclusions based on that. So it wasn't an assumption of clay. It was actual data.
All right, I'm going to move back to my questions from Ms. Williams. Just 1 moment. Okay, Ms. Williams, you had mentioned when we were discussing the Allen study, you had mentioned that leachate studies were conducted using leachate from each of Duke Energy Carolina's coal ash impoundments. Or facilities. Is it your opinion that leachate testing is as effective for assessing the risk of groundwater contamination as groundwater monitoring?
Well, they're not the exact same thing, but I guess each has its own purpose. The purpose of leachate testing is to understand how likely it is that the contaminants in the waste will leave the waste under whatever the scenario is of the leachate test. And in the early tests, EPA was using both an acidic type leach test as well as a more neutral pH leach test when they were evaluating coal ash. But the EPA test method at the time uses a more acidic leach test, which will leach a number of the metals out more aggressively. So you get one piece of information from a leach test. You get another set of information by looking at the kinds of factors that will explain how that material moves. So Mr. Wells was talking about, information about the soils. You mentioned the question of ion exchange capability. So there's other factors, okay? And if you want to get a picture of, again, whether or not a particular site would be likely to cause groundwater contamination, you need to look at that whole set of things. But the starting point is typically a leach test, because if the higher the results are in the leach test, the more problematic it is potentially likely to be that you could have a problem in the subsurface. So you really need both. As for the second part of that question, which is it better than groundwater monitoring? I think the answer to that is it's really just different. But groundwater monitoring, as I tried to explain in a previous answer, and I won't repeat, was at a very early stage of sophistication. And what you have to realize you're trying to do in groundwater monitoring is you have a body of water that does not look like a bathtub. It is not flat. You have a highly variable groundwater aquifer and aquifers underneath the surface, and you're trying to punch some holes in, and then you're trying to figure out from that whether you've got the likelihood of a problem. And as I say, today we're just so much better at that. But at the beginning, EPA's advice was for the hazardous waste facilities, put 1 upgradient well in and put 3 downgradient wells, or 2 downgradient wells. And if you didn't get those wells in the right place, which of course was very difficult to do on the first try, you weren't going to learn anything very useful. And in fact, I will tell you, and again, I'm going to go back to hazardous waste because that's where we put a lot of time into monitoring surface impoundments at hazardous waste facilities. What you would find is you would be in detection monitoring. You'd be looking at a smaller set of indicator parameters around a surface impoundment, and suddenly you would find a hit. And so we would then have to say, okay, now you go into assessment monitoring, meaning many more compounds. And what we found is that sites were going back and forth constantly between detection monitoring, a small number of indicator parameters, and assessment monitoring because of nothing but the variability of the sampling. And so we've accommodated many of those things in the way we do groundwater monitoring and the way we do sampling and analysis today. But back in the early 80s, even in the time of the A.D. Little study, we were dealing with all that.
And, with respect to leachate testing, and I can refer you to the page if necessary, or I can just read out the quote, but this is from the 1981 EPRI manual. And EPRI in that manual stated, with respect to leachate tests, that, quote, the variation in test results among the laboratories performing the same extraction procedure on the same waste sample can be great. And this was in 1981. Are you aware of that?
I mean, I depending on where you want to go with this, I would like to take a look at the rest of the context of the quote, but I can tell you that EPA did a tremendous amount of testing between 1978 and when it finalized its particular leach test that it was using in 1980. So we understood what the variability of the test was. And yes, you can always get variability in a test. And it depends not only on the variability in the actual leaching situation, which is highly specified in this test, but it can also depend on the sample and the variability of the underlying sample that you're taking. So even if you take a sample and you do a split sample and you send half of it to one lab and half of it to another lab, those may or may not be fully equal samples. So yes, we understand that, but I would tell you that the variability in a leach test is far less than the variability in groundwater monitoring results.
And I believe this will be my last question for you on Alan, but given, even, and both you and Mr. Wells have discussed those results and what you believe them to mean, but given even the potential for contamination, wouldn't it have been prudent for the company to continue testing just to ensure that it was handling its coal ash safely?
Well, to begin with, again, look at the recommendations and the findings, and then they're trying to determine whether they should continue doing it. I would imagine they may be asking, should we continue additional groundwater monitoring? They are doing monitoring. They're doing, what have they learned? They've learned the groundwater is flowing away from the receptor. They've learned that we're not finding migration beyond the boundary, beyond the basin. And they've learned that there's no potential risk to the surface waters. So that's what this comprehensive report is telling us. Now, so what does Duke do with that? Well, they do additional monitoring. They have an ongoing monitoring program of the surface waters. The groundwater flow is not changing. So the conclusions with respect to the groundwater are solid, and the surface water monitoring is continuing to confirm that. So they have a check in place for any potential impacts. And when I talk about surface water monitoring, I'm talking about any of the receiving water bodies that would be impacted if something was starting to show. And it's not looking for something after the fact. There were also fishery studies in place. So meaning it's not just sampling to see if water quality suddenly starts to peak up, which didn't happen and hasn't happened, but also looking at the fishery, looking at the reproduction capacity of the fishery, looking for any indication that there's potential risk to the fishery. All that's going on. And those studies would be early indicators of something that might be amiss. And none of that is happening. So there is some ongoing monitoring, and then a whole lot that supports the additional groundwater monitoring at that time. And remember, what they've done to this point is entirely voluntary from 78 up to this point where we're making a decision. So they have great data that supports that there's no need for further groundwater monitoring at this time.
Okay, let's go ahead and move on, Ms. Williams. I'm looking at page 56 of your testimony. And I'm on line 19, going through page 57, and I'll just read this out loud. You state, consequently, in the absence of site-specific information to the contrary, it is my opinion that it would be reasonable and prudent in this pre-2000 period for an owner of an existing ash pond without liners or without an ongoing groundwater monitoring system to continue to operate the ash ponds. And Ms. Williams, how would the company have discovered site-specific environmental issues such as groundwater contamination without groundwater monitoring at each site?
Well, I think that I tried to explain that earlier. The way in which a company might identify it are some of the issues that Mr. Wells just talked about. You might see increases in surface water. You might see impacts on potentially on fish in health in surface water if groundwater were reaching surface water and adversely impacting it. You might see vegetation impacts. You might find that you have a nearby or even an on-site well that is there for, let's say, drinking water that ends up with some taste and odor problems. So I'm trying to put you back in that window and tell you how were people identifying it. They were getting identified. The second thing that happened is that if there was any pattern of what was getting identified, then typically the regulatory agencies would say, you know, we see multiple sets of issues when we see these kind of situations. And they'll say, therefore, we might want a groundwater monitoring well put in. But that you have to understand that in the window of time, and I'll just give you some 1986 numbers because these are numbers out of one of the reference documents that I cite. In 1986, EPA did a very large study of every type of solid waste facility across the country. And they looked at how many of those had groundwater monitoring systems. And what they found at that time was 9% of surface impoundments, industrial surface impoundments all across the country had a groundwater monitoring system. And 17% of industrial landfills all across the country, not municipal, industrial, had a groundwater monitoring system. So they were not common. And the reason they weren't common wasn't because if they worked as well as they work today, it might not have been useful, but they didn't work as well as they work today. And so there wasn't a tremendous effort to get people to go punch holes in the ground everywhere to get information that at the time was still not entirely helpful to regulatory decision-making. And I would say, in fact, in the early years, we even had examples where people were putting groundwater monitoring wells in too close to the waste. And in fact, we ended up causing groundwater contamination through the installation of groundwater wells. So all I'm saying is you have to look at the value of what you were going to get. And for many of the reasons that I think Mr. Wells and I have tried to share with you, it's not clear in that early time frame that punching tons of additional wells would have provided the kind of information that you're hoping that Duke could have gotten from that.
And to go back to the beginning part of your answer, you brought up a couple of ways other than groundwater monitoring to detect groundwater contamination. And I'd like to refer you to Public Staff Cross Exhibit 64.
All right, Ms. Luer, before we begin with your examination on this document, we're going to take our morning break for the court reporter. We will go off the record. We will be back on at 11:45. Please turn off your cameras and your microphones.
John, can you hear me?
Yes.
I'd like to try to set up my iPods or AirPods.
Sure.
John, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Well,
Can you hear me?
I lost him. No, it wasn't.
I can hear you.
Wait, how did you do that? John, are you back?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Okay, I'm not hearing you.
I can hear you. You're gonna hear me.
Can I connect? Don't need to disconnect. John, can you hear me now?
I can't hear him.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you now. I just am gonna not deal with them. You were talking before when I had my AirPods in, I assume?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, no problem. I just won't use them today. Thank you.
Okay.
All right, Joanne, you ready? Perfect. All right, let's go back on the record, please. Ms. Lohr, would you please identify the document one more time, just so we're all on the same page?
Yes, so I have Public Staff Cross Exhibit 64, and it is a Duke Energy Carolina's response to a public staff data request, number 177.
All right, let's go ahead and mark the document.
And Ms. Williams, before we took a break.
Ms. Lohr, let's mark this document for purposes of the record.
Oh, I apologize. We would ask that Public Staff Cross Exhibit 64 be identified as Public Staff Wells Williams Rebuttal Cross Examination Exhibit 2.
All right, the document will be marked as Public Staff Wells Williams Cross Examination Exhibit number 2.
Thank you. And Ms. Williams, I had asked you how the company would have discovered site-specific environmental issues without conducting groundwater monitoring at each site, and you listed a few methods in your response. And I also wanted to direct you to this exhibit, which was a data request response received from Duke Energy Carolinas with respect to this very question. And we don't need to read through the whole thing, but it does discuss 2 methods, which you summarize in your response. The first is identification of environmental issues such as fish kills or dead vegetation, and the second method is essentially having those environmental issues identified by regulatory officials based on detecting contamination. Is that an accurate summary of this document?
No, I don't think it's completely accurate. I mean, I tried to answer the question of, before we had widespread monitoring, how was it that people identified issues with environmental contamination? And I think the method 1, where I gave a bunch of examples, including, dead vegetation and identifying contamination in someone, in a nearby well, or odor, for example, in a well that a farmer might be using for irrigation. I mean, those were all methods. And I will tell you that in 1980, when EPA finalized its hazardous waste regulations, we had about 300 damage cases that we had identified, and I don't think a single one, I mean, maybe there was one, but by and large, those 300 damage cases were identified using methods, examples of the types of methods that I list in my first example, which is there are ways to understand that something is causing a problem. Under method 2, what I said is, over time, patterns and practices that lead to certain kinds of problems become more apparent. And when that happens, my experience is that regulators, whether you're talking at the state or federal level, will often issue guidance and general guidance to regulated parties and to other regulators, and issue guidance for their permit writers that say, if you're dealing with a facility that fits in these kinds of situations, we recommend that you do require groundwater monitoring. So those were the 2 ways that it was being done site specifically before groundwater monitoring became more common. And as I said, it was not more common in the 1980s at solid waste or industrial waste facilities.
And these methods that you list and that you've discussed, these identify contamination only after it's had an impact on surrounding areas, isn't that right?
The first method the first generalized method, which is you have some indication of an issue. Yes, I mean, it's after you've detected something. It may or may not be anything that equated to human harm or environmental harm, but you've detected something. So, and the second method is not that. It's using a set of information that you've gotten and you've integrated, and then you utilize that information to say, if I have other situations that are like this, I want to go ahead and require something different right now. And it could be groundwater monitoring, and it could be a different type of soil monitoring. I mean, it would depend on the circumstance, but in other words, proactively something else is done based on the analysis of the kinds of damage cases that have been identified. And one of the reasons, by the way, on coal ash basins, EPA looked very hard for damage cases, and they started looking for damage cases in the same window of time that they were looking for general damage cases for hazardous waste. But even at the time that they published the 1988 report to Congress, there were very few damage cases with regard to groundwater contamination at coal ash landfills or surface impoundments. And as I mentioned to you, there were not lots of groundwater monitoring wells in. It was roughly, less than 10%. But EPA used about 100 facilities and had its contractors for the 1988 report look at that data and understand what that data was telling about groundwater contamination. And what that data was saying about groundwater contamination was that less than 5% of the samples that had been taken at coal ash, surface impoundments, and landfills were exceeding a primary drinking water sample. And it went on to say that even when it did exceed it, it might not have consistently exceeded it, or it didn't exceed it by very much. So that was the conclusion of taking a look as of 1988 of the set of data that existed from at least around 100 facilities.
And in order to identify which cases were considered damage cases, the EPA did need groundwater monitoring data, isn't that right?
That is not correct, no.
No.
EPA defined damage cases broadly to be any plausible risk-based problem. So surface water was a significant issue. Direct contact was an issue. Destruction or problems in a wetlands was an issue. So no, it was not limited to groundwater, but certainly groundwater was one of the factors.
Okay, thanks for that clarification. And we'll discuss groundwater damage cases as found by the EPA later on in the 2000s in a little bit, but I have some other questions for you before we get there. Let's see. So very briefly, on page 57 of your testimony, you state that if the EPA had the risk and other data necessary to proceed with defensible regulations for CCR management, its rulemaking would have been completed far more quickly than what occurred. And Ms. Williams, is it?
Can you just give me the line number as to where you are?
Yes, one moment. I am on line 7.
Okay, thank you.
Huh? Okay. Now, Ms. Williams,
Chair Mitchell, I'm sorry. I was going to say, I think we lost the video.
Ms. Williams, we are unable to see your video. Would you just double check your connection, please? Oh, there you are. Okay.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, I don't know what happened.
Ms. Williams, is it fair to say that sometimes the rulemaking process is not 100% science-based, but instead gets delayed by political and legal pressures?
I think I went through a fair amount of discussion in my filed testimony that did talk about all the things that can affect regulation. And so, yes, I certainly would not eliminate the items that you suggested, and I think I identified many more items that can affect regulation. But I do think in this particular rulemaking, if you read carefully all of the documents that EPA has issued, starting from its 1993 regulatory determination that was based on the 1988 report, and follow it through with the documents that were issued in 1999, 2000, 2007, 2010. I think what you will see in there is that regardless of all the other issues, there was a tremendous challenge in trying to reach accurate information on what the actual probability of risks were from different operating scenarios. And that included the ability to do accurate risk assessment on ash ponds, specifically because their nearness to surface water bodies made it much more challenging to develop accurate risk assessment predictions for these. So, you know, I think there were many reasons, and the point of my comment was just to say all rules, if you look at the average EPA rule, you will find that it typically will take easily 6 to 10 years to get a rule finalized if there are lots of interested parties. This rule took 35 years. That is highly unusual at EPA. And the reason I believe, and this is an opinion, that it took so long is because the data were not definitive as to what the right thing to do was as EPA was moving through this process. And they certainly got a lot more information in the post-2010 timeframe. And it moved pretty quickly between 2010 and 2015.
But the continued study of the issue for all that time, that was an indication of the concern and the potential for impacts from the coal ash impoundments, was it not?
It showed that there was continued, well, again, you have two periods of time. You have a period of time that I think starts in the late 1970s and is pretty much closed out in 1988 with the report to Congress that EPA concluded that the risks, the potential for risk was adequately being managed at the state level, having looked at state approaches and having looked at data from coal ash management units. And then what EPA did is they went back after that and they had to do additional study, both for two factors. They had to, for two scenarios. They had to do, Congress required EPA to look at coal residuals, coal combustion residuals at non-utility waste sites. And EPA needed to do specific work on the low volume waste streams that were being co-managed in most cases with the four major coal ash waste streams. And so EPA started again to look at the issue in 2000 based on its results of looking at these other things that hadn't been included in the 1988 report to Congress. And at that time, EPA said, we're no longer certain that the current regulatory framework will be protective. We need to look at it again. And that process started again in 2000, and it took EPA until 2010 to put a proposed rule out. And the difference between the proposed rule and final rule was fairly significant in terms of the changes that occurred between those two rules. So that's a brief summary of the timeline. And
part of the reason that timeline took so long was because the EPA did not have, it took a while for them to have the sufficient amount of groundwater monitoring data they needed. Isn't that right?
I would not agree with it as you've stated it. All additional information is always helpful in a rulemaking. But EPA had a significant amount of groundwater information at the time it did its 88 report. It had looked at, again, whether the authorities were there for site-specific determinations to be made. And it wasn't actually until I'm trying to think of the exact date, but it wasn't until the 90s when EPA had developed the kinds of fate and transport modeling that could use information to begin to better project facilities that might in fact have issues based on monitoring data that they did have. So it wasn't, EPA was not delayed specifically because of the lack of groundwater monitoring data. And I can tell you that if EPA had felt that during my tenure, I'll speak for during my tenure, if EPA had felt that the reason that it couldn't do a rulemaking was because it didn't have adequate groundwater monitoring data, it would have made a request to the states and it would have said, we'd like you to please proceed to require this data to be collected. So I don't think that's a fair assessment. I think what is a fair assessment is that the data they had and the risk assessments they were able to do and the damage cases that they were looking at was not supportive. And for 2 years of my EPA career in the 1980s, I was heading up an office that was required to review the quality of the information that EPA had in order to issue its rules and to assure both the EPA and the Office of Management and Budget that we had adequate data support for rulemaking. That's a requirement that the federal government needs to meet before it can issue a rule. We weren't there at that time.
So I'd like to ask you several questions that deal with your testimony regarding damage cases. And Chair Mitchell, I'd like to go ahead and mark 2 exhibits. And the first is, let's see, Public Staff Cross Exhibit 66. And this is the 2007 Notice of Data Availability. And Chair Mitchell, we would ask that this document be identified as Public Staff Wells Williams Cross-Examination Exhibit 3.
All right, the document will be marked Public Staff Wells Williams Cross-Examination Exhibit number 3.
Thank you. And then we would also ask that Public Staff Cross Exhibit 67, which is titled Coal Combustion Waste Damage Case Assessments, be identified as Public Staff Wells Williams Cross-Examination Exhibit 4.
All right, the document will be marked Public Staff Wells Williams Cross-Examination Exhibit number 4. Actually, I'm going to correct that. It will be marked as Wells Williams Rebuttal Cross-Examination Exhibit number 4.
Apologies. Yes, thank you.
And just for purposes of the record, we will mark what had been marked as Public Staff Wells Williams Cross-Examination Exhibit number 3 as well, Public Staff Wells Williams Rebuttal Cross-Examination Exhibit number 3.
Thank you. I believe the other 2 were marked correctly.
All right, you may proceed, Ms. Williams.
Okay, Ms. Williams, do you have these 2 documents in front of you?
I have the notice in front of me, and I will try and bring up, if you want them both up at the same time.
Yeah, if you could go ahead and get them both open.
Okay, can you just give me, I'm sorry, the exhibit number for the second one? Was it 60?
67.
7. I have them open.
Thank you. If you could turn to page 58 of your testimony.
I'm there.
Okay. And I'm going to ask you to read a few lines, and then I'll ask you some questions about what you're about to read. But if you could read lines 6 through 13 of your testimony, which is the second half of that first paragraph, starting with EPA's 2007 Notice of Data Availability.
EPA's 2007 Notice of Data Availability noted 24 damage cases and 43 potential damage cases. With regard to groundwater, 17 of the damage cases were to groundwater. 5 or 6 of those were determined to be from unlined ash ponds. That is against a universe of, and this says over 600 ash ponds. One of my corrections was to say approximately 600 ash ponds, the large majority of which were over 25 years old. And as of 2004, EPA estimated that 62% of ash ponds were unlined. Against this number of unlined ash ponds, the number of confirmed pond damage cases to groundwater from these units was quite small.
Thank you. So I'd like to address several parts of what you just read. And the first is your testimony that 5 or 6 of the damage cases were determined to be from unlined ash ponds. Now I'm looking at the 2007 Notice of Data Availability, which was Public Staff Cross Exhibit 66, the first document. And I can refer you to page 49718. I'll give you a second to get there.
Okay.
Okay. So here in the very right-hand column at the bottom, I'll read, the overwhelming majority of the damage cases reflect management in unlined units. That is, all but one of the 24 proven damage cases involved unlined CCW management units, including 6 cases involving disposal of CCW in unlined sand and gravel pits. Now, so according to this document, 23 of the 24 proven damage cases involved unlined units, whether they were impoundments or some other type of disposal unit. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct. Some of them were, I mean, they included not only impoundments, they included unlined landfills. They included a number of sand and gravel pits. I can't remember, but there were quite a few. Some beneficial reuse situations that had caused an issue.
I lost you there. You were breaking up. I apologize.
Very sorry. I just wanted to say that they did include unlined surface impoundments, but they also included unlined landfills, unlined sand and gravel pits, and even some situations where ash had been beneficially reused that had resulted in groundwater contamination.
Thank you. And in your next line, you had stated that 24 damage cases and the 43 potential damage cases were out of a universe of over 600 ash ponds. But I wanted to clarify that, is it correct that about 300 of those approximate 600 units were coal ash impoundments, while the other 300 were landfills? And I can refer you to the document if that would be helpful.
I think that it was actually ash ponds, but if you want to refer me to something, I'm happy to look at it. There are different sets of numbers in different documents, and so perhaps I was in error, but no, I'm pretty sure it was ash ponds, and it should have said approximately 600. My memory is it was 590 something.
Okay. Well, yes, there's definitely a lot to unpack in these documents, but I can refer you to the same document, the 2007 Notice of Data Availability, and still page 49718. And let me get there myself. Okay. So I'm in the far right column in the middle paragraph. And this, of course, is referring to the 2000 regulatory determination, but the EPA was looking at the same set of basic set of units when it did its 2007 assessments. So it says here, for the May 2000 regulatory determination, the agency determined there were approximately 300 CCW landfills and 300 CCW surface impoundments used by 440 coal-fired utilities. Is that right?
That is what this document says, but I don't actually believe that that's the correct number, and it would take me a little bit of time to go back and find whether it was from the 1988 report to Congress. I think the final rule actually talks about 753 ash basins, I believe. And I think the number is 590 something in this general timeframe. So that's my memory, and I'd be happy to go back and verify it during the lunch break.
That would be helpful, but again, this is the 2007 notice of data availability that does discuss the damage cases, isn't that right?
This document says what this document says, but that's one of the important factors why it's useful to look at the full set of documents. At any rate, I'm not sure it would change my the point I'm making here either way.
Okay, and we'll get to the rest. Let's see. And you did acknowledge in your testimony as well, and I just wanted to confirm this, that out of this universe of 600 units, whatever they may be, some were lined and some were unlined. Isn't that right?
Are you talking about the total universe? You're talking about the entire universe?
Yes.
Yes, but for ash ponds, a very small percentage were lined of ash basins.
Okay, so you say in your testimony, as of 2004, EPA estimated that 62% of ash ponds were unlined, so 38% would have been lined, correct?
There's different numbers in different studies. So if I gave a citation, then for that study, that's correct. But again, in the 88 report to Congress, at the time that EPA looked at the liner status, 87% of the existing ponds that were where liner status was known, 87% of those ponds were unlined. And even if you go, to the most recent data that EPA had, in the April 2015 final rule, 63% of existing units were unlined. So even over time, as existing units retired, there was still a very large number of existing ponds that were unlined.
Understood, but in 2007, which is the date of this damage case assessment you discussed in your testimony, the number would be around 38%, correct? That were lined.
In the June 2010 proposed rule, EPA's numbers were that 74% of existing units were unlined and 40% of new units that were being constructed starting, I think, in the 90s, but I may be incorrect on the precise date, that 40% of the new units were still being constructed online.
That's understood. And again, I just want to focus on the damage case assessment, and we can move on to the next question. So in conducting its damage case assessment, did the EPA review groundwater data for all 600 units?
No, they did not, because there was not groundwater data for all 600 units.
In fact, isn't it true that the EPA only gathered or received information on 135 cases?
EPA receives damage cases from all kinds of different sources. And as I tried to explain earlier, those damage cases could be based on groundwater monitoring wells. If those wells existed, they could be based on other information, as including the kinds that I had explained earlier. So EPA tries to gather as broadly as it can examples of damage cases. Then it sorts through those damage cases in order to understand how many of those can be confirmed as damage cases versus ones that it either wouldn't consider because the data are not supportive, or where EPA has insufficient information to know for certain, in which case they often consider that an alleged damage case. So that's how EPA goes about the process.
Right. And of the 135 potential damage cases that the EPA gathered or received information on, it only evaluated 85 of those cases. Isn't that right? And I can refer you to the specific language if that would be helpful.
Sorry, I just had a brief connection problem. Okay, yes, could you give me the page number where you are in the damage cases?
Sure. So this is actually in the second document, which was Public Staff Cross Exhibit 67, the 2007 CCW damage case assessments. And I am on page 7 of this document.
Okay, I'm there.
Okay. Let me make sure I'm on the right page. Okay, and I should clarify, it's page 7 of the document and page 12 of the PDF. So in the second to last, or I'm sorry, in the second full paragraph, it reads, in summary, EPA gathered or received information on 135 possible damage cases and has evaluated 85 of those cases. Do you see that?
Yes, I see that. And it goes on to explain why it didn't evaluate the rest of them, which is that 44 of them weren't evaluated because there was little or no supporting information, and 6 of them weren't evaluated because they were mine-filled damage cases, and that was outside of the scope of what EPA was considering in this rule.
That's right. And so out of the 85 cases the EPA actually reviewed, 24 were proven damage cases and 43 were potential damage cases, correct?
That's what it says.
Okay. So that's approximately 79% of the cases the EPA reviewed. That's pretty significant, is it not?
No, I wouldn't consider it significant because you're missing the point of what EPA was trying to do. EPA was trying to go out and they were trying specifically to identify damage cases. And so they were looking at every possible way and taking all the data they could. Some of those damage cases, there was just insufficient information to evaluate. But when you look at when you look at the conclusions that EPA made, the proper way to analyze it is to look at how many damage cases they found and compare it to the universe, not compare it to other damage cases. It's not an appropriate comparison.
All right, well, let's look at one more document. And this is the preamble to the CCR rule, which is Public Staff Cross Exhibit 68. And Chair Mitchell, we would ask that Public Staff Cross Exhibit 68 be identified as Public Staff Wells Williams Rebuttal Examination Exhibit 5.
All right, the document will be marked as Public Staff Wells Williams Rebuttal Cross-Examination, Exhibit number 5.
And Ms. Williams, if you would turn to page 21455 of this document. And just let me know when you're there.
Okay, I'm there.
Okay. So this is the preamble to the CCR rule. I'll go ahead and read this paragraph out. And this is in the middle column. And let's see, beginning with even assuming. So even assuming that only proven damage cases were relevant.
Hold on, just give me a second to find where you are.
Absolutely. It's about 10 lines from the bottom.
Sorry, I'm having a little trouble finding it. So it's page 21445.
Oh, 21455. I apologize if I misspoke.
No, I might have misheard you, but thank you. I have it now.
Okay. All right. So in that middle paragraph, close to the bottom, about 8 or 9 lines from the bottom, it says, even assuming that only proven damage cases were relevant to date, EPA has confirmed a total of 40 proven damage cases, which is hardly sparse. And when potential damage cases are considered, the totals rise to 157. This is the largest number of damage cases in the history of the RCRA program. Further, these numbers likely underestimate the true number of cases in which CCR units are contaminating groundwater. In reality, the damage case record represents only a subset of those CCR waste units that have effective groundwater monitoring. So, Ms. Williams, based on the EPA's statement here, would you agree that the EPA believes the number of damage cases as of 2015 and the relevance of that is significant?
I agree absolutely that EPA felt by the time it got to 2015, it could support the basis of this rule based on a set of things, which included the damage cases, but also included its risk assessment work that it had continued to refine starting in pre-2007, which needed, it was refined quite significantly in that time period. So yes, by the time it got to this stage, I'm not disagreeing with that at all. But I am saying that this doesn't represent what was known in 1985. And I think if you try and apply this knowledge back to what was known in the 1980s, that's probably the best example I can think of using today's information to interpret with that knowledge how you should think about something that was happening decades earlier, because this information wasn't available decades earlier.
Well, again, Ms. Williams, we're discussing your testimony on the 2007 damage case assessment. Is that correct?
The 2007 damage case assessment did not have this number of damage cases, as we just discussed. You're talking about the 2015 final rule damage case analysis.
That's right. And the EPA believes that the significance of damage cases is a relevant factor in considering what the history of coal ash impoundments has been, correct?
With all due respect, I think that's a question that's you're reaching a conclusion that I think is improper what EPA has always said is damage cases are relevant, and EPA looked at them, and they looked at them in the context of coal ash. And when it did its 1988 report, they looked at them when it did its 2000 and 2007 documents, and it continued to try and collect this information and looked at them again to support the final rule. And so you're reading to me something from a final rule when EPA had done far more work and received far more information and cases to analyze, and telling me that my statement, which is based on what they had in 2007, which was not 40 proven damage cases and 157 damage cases, to try and get me to tell you that damage cases are important. I didn't tell you they were not important. They are important, but you got to look at the information that EPA had at different points in time. So you're really misusing what EPA is putting here to try and argue that something I wrote is incorrect, and I didn't write what you're suggesting.
Let's move on. More generally, are you, and again, we can look at the language if you'd like, are you aware that the preamble to the CCR rule, which we were just looking at, also indicated that once more groundwater monitoring is put in place for coal ash impoundments, quote, new damage cases quickly emerge?
I don't know if you quoted it precisely right, but I know that has been the experience, and that has been EPA's view. Again, I think what you seem to be asking me is, just because it turned out to be a problem, everything I'm saying and everything I'm trying to explain to you about what was known in the past must mean that if you just looked hard enough, you knew it was a problem back then. And what I'm trying to say to you is, we know a lot today that we didn't know back then, but it doesn't change what we knew in 1981 and what we knew in 1985 and what we knew in 1995 and what Duke knew in 2010 when it put groundwater wells in every one of its DEC impoundments before it was ever required by anybody to do that.
I just have a few more questions for you before moving on to Mr. Wells. Chair Mitchell, would you like me to proceed, or is this a good time for a lunch break?
No, we are going to continue on. Please continue on. I think we're going to wait on a lunch break until about 1:15.
Okay, great. All right. Ms. Williams, on page 97 of your testimony, you discussed the groundwater exceedances presented in Mr. Junas's testimony. And I'll give you a second to get there.
I'm on that page. If you want to give me line numbers, I'll look at those.
Okay. On lines 9 to 11, you state that without confirming whether each of his alleged exceedances are accurate, he arrives at this number by counting each sample of each substance that exceeded a standard. Now, Ms. Williams, the data that Mr. Junas cites in his testimony, that came directly from the company, did it not?
Yes, it's my understanding that Duke provided data, but that's not really the point I'm making. My point is that I did not go back and check every sampling determination to determine if it was an exceedance at a compliance boundary, past a compliance boundary, or whether it was an exceedance within a compliance boundary. That's all that sentence means. So the point of what I'm explaining here is that I don't think it's appropriate to count up the number of samples that exceed, even if you want to say it exceeds a standard at the compliance boundary. Just counting the number of samples is a very misleading thing to do. You can, if I take 20 more samples, if I put in 20 more wells, well, then I'm going to have tons more exceedances. And I believe Mr. Mehta was asking Mr. Junas about this. And I think it is a very serious flaw in this analysis. And I would just say that Mr. Junis tried to explain that it wasn't a flaw because groundwater is constantly moving. And therefore, every exceedance is a new example of where the groundwater has moved and contaminated a different, additional clean groundwater. But that actually isn't how groundwater behaves. And groundwater plumes typically, or often, let me put it that way, often will stabilize. And they stabilize for all kinds of reasons. And so just unless you know whether you're taking from within the stabilized plume or not, you have no idea whether these are new exceedances or new violations. You're just counting, and that's not a meaningful thing to do.
And just to go back to something you said at the very beginning of your answer, you said that you would have to go back and look at whether each sample was at or beyond the compliance boundary. Are you aware that the data given to Mr. Junis by the company actually made that determination itself and added up each of those exceedances at or beyond the compliance boundary over background in the response to the public staff?
I mean, I probably looked at it at the time as I'm sitting here today. I don't have that recollection. I'm certainly prepared to accept it. It really is not relevant to the point I'm trying to make, which is it's not the right way to analyze whether there's any movement of a plume of groundwater contamination that exists in the field.
And for the sake of efficiency, I think Mr. Junis has testified to that, and I believe some Duke witnesses have as well, so we can move on from that. Okay. And then I just have one last line of questions, and then I'll move on to Mr. Wells. And Ms. Williams, this relates to something that we were discussing earlier that I'd like to go back to very briefly. You had mentioned when we were talking about leachate testing, in one of your responses to me, and please let me know if I'm mischaracterizing anything you said, but you had noted that there was some variance between the EPA and ASTM leachate methodologies. One of the excerpts I read to you from the 1981 EPRI manual had also noted that there was some variance even within one method in the same laboratory. And as you said, leachate tests, they're just projections, right? I guess one of my questions is, isn't groundwater monitoring the way to verify those projections?
I thought I really answered that question last time. I'm happy to try and repeat my answer, but it sounds like the same question to me. And I think,
I guess to be specific, Ms. Williams, I don't think I asked you this same question, which is groundwater monitoring a way or the way to verify the projections that you would get from leachate testing?
it's apples and oranges. It doesn't have anything to do with it. The leachate, and I thought this is what I had tried to explain before. The leachate sampling is intended to determine under a certain type of field condition whether or not hazardous constituents will leach out of the waste. Okay, that's what its intention is. And obviously, EPA, when it decides which test method it's going to use, specifies a particular test method because it believes that test method simulates a field situation that is relevant for that waste. So the leach tests that were used back in the 80s for EPA, the EPA leach tests, were simulating the same kind of scenario that was simulated for hazardous waste, which was management co-disposed with municipal waste, which is not an accurate scenario necessarily for coal ash, okay, unless you're disposing of it in a municipal landfill, but it's an aggressive leach test. The ASTM method was a different method. It simulated a different scenario in the field. And the scenario that EPA is using today in the final CCR rule is also a different type of leach test that came out of doing a lot of extra work. So that's the background on leach tests. You do not confirm a leach test result with groundwater sampling. With groundwater sampling, you are determining not only the extent to which the waste will leach, you're determining the extent to which the soil will attenuate and modify the contaminants in the leachate as it moves both through what's called the unsaturated zone, the part of the ground below the unit without groundwater, and as it moves in the groundwater. So groundwater monitoring is detecting something different than just leachate. And as I explained or tried to explain earlier, groundwater monitoring is highly variable because the groundwater is highly variable. Even, can vary from one well to the next well. It can vary from one time that you monitor it to the next time that you monitor it. So you have a lot of variability in groundwater. And then you're, of course, having to compare down gradient groundwater quality with up gradient groundwater quality in order to understand whether the unit is in fact what's affecting the groundwater. So both have variability. Of the two, the leachate tests have less variability than the groundwater sampling does, but they're not really a substitute for each other.
And you also discussed your testimony. You testified that with respect to groundwater monitoring in this early 1980s period, you characterized groundwater monitoring as, you said they didn't really have, it wasn't advanced enough. They didn't have the requisite knowledge needed at that point in time. Is that an accurate restatement of what you said?
Well, I'm not sure who they is in your question. I tried to explain to you.
Industry.
I tried to provide a picture for you of all of the things that were still open issues at that time with regard to groundwater monitoring and why it took so much time for EPA to be able to put together its first really comprehensive monitoring guidance, okay? And why you have to interpret results in that time frame in the context of many unanswered questions and many things that were being done differently. For example, this question of whether you do or don't filter samples when you're doing a metals assessment. And so today, there's definitive guidance on that. But in the 1980s, there was not, and people were doing it all different ways. And EPA's regional experts were recommending different ways. And so I'm just trying to paint this picture for you as to what was understood and all the open questions that existed in that time frame. And so I think that's the background in which you have to think about it. And the other thing I tried to lay out was because of this, it was not a highly used technique for these types of units in that window of time. Not just Duke. Duke was ahead of most of the other companies in putting in groundwater monitoring. It was not particularly used at most ash facilities at this time frame. So that's what I was trying to share.
I understand. And with respect to the Allen study, the groundwater monitoring that took place at the Allen study took place in the late 1970s and early 1980s. And it, as I believe is in your testimony and testimony of several other parties, that was the basis of the Allen study in 1985. That was the basis of the Riverbend study. They used the groundwater monitoring data from Allen. As you noted, the 1988 EPA conclusion cited to the Allen study. And it seems, the Duke Energy Carolinas didn't begin monitoring again at Allen until 2004. So, it seems that the company relied on this early groundwater monitoring data to indicate that there was no potential for contamination at the site for over 2 decades. So my question to you is, if it's your contention that groundwater monitoring was not sophisticated enough yet, why did the company rely on it for so long?
Well, I'm not sure if I completely understand what you're asking me, but I think the study that was done at Allen was about as complete a study that was being done at any kind of facility in that window of time. And the conclusions from that study were deemed important to EPA when it wrote its 1988 report. And it wasn't just the Allen results, it was the results from the other 5 facilities that were studied in depth. And it was also EPA's data collection from I won't say all, from roughly 100 other plants where there was at least some amount, probably nothing like the Allen plant, of groundwater data that existed. And so that informed a set of decisions in the 1988 timeframe. It's, Duke put additional groundwater wells in at some of its plants, particularly I think 2 of them that had moved to some fly ash dry handling in the late 80s. And so Duke was collecting additional information at those plants. And Duke, as I say, voluntarily in 2004, started up groundwater monitoring at Allen, and started up groundwater monitoring, as Mr. Wells has said, voluntarily between 2006 and 2008 at all the rest of the ponds. So, I think Duke was reading what was going on in this record and realizing that it made sense before either North Carolina or before EPA determined that groundwater monitoring was a necessity. EPA didn't require it until 2015. In fact, they didn't require it until sometime after the final rule. But I think if you wanted to read the tea leaves of EPA's proposed rule in 2010, you could say EPA has finally reached a point after studying this for a period of time, long period of time, that we really do think we need to require groundwater monitoring. But of course, it wasn't required at that point. But Duke had already put those wells in at all of its DEC facilities. So I think Duke was in advance of what you were seeing both in the Southeast and other entities operating unlined ponds in the Southeast and nationally. And one of the reasons, again, that I cite to some of these other broader documents, like a 2001 survey that EPA did specifically to look at industrial impoundments that managed hazardous constituents that were covered in many of EPA's hazardous waste sites. EPA looked at those facilities to understand what was going on with groundwater. And it found 2 things in that study. First of all, it found that 59% of those industrial surface impoundments were unlined. It found that only 33% of them had groundwater monitoring nationwide. And it found, when it looked at the data at that time, and to my knowledge, this is still the case, that they did not feel for those impoundments that additional regulation was necessary because they were not seeing exceedances in the 33% that were monitoring that would indicate that the problem required further regulatory intervention. So I think that's why I'm trying to paint this story for you that shares with you kind of that there's a lot of information on ash ponds, much of which has not come before the commission and was included in the 88 report to Congress specifically on coal ash. And there's a much broader set of information on surface impoundments and landfills, lined and unlined, across the country that is relevant to interpreting the context for evaluating Duke's behavior. So I will stop, and if you have another follow-up on that, I'd be happy to answer it.
No, thank you. I believe those are actually all the questions that I have for you, Ms. Williams.
Thank you.
So Mr. Wells, I just organized myself really quickly.
Well,
Okay. All right, Mr. Wells. I think we can taken care of a few of your questions already. So just start in the middle here. I'm on page 21 of your testimony. Where you state that while the company may have been aware in the 1980s that unlined impoundments in general could potentially impact groundwater, there was no substantial evidence showing that there were significant impacts resulting from DE Carolina's facilities.
That's correct.
And Mr. Wells, how many sites had groundwater monitoring around their ash basins in the 1980s?
So, yeah, what I'm referring to here is, again, you've been, I think Ms. Williams has kind of walked through this whole evolution of 70s, 80s, 90s, 2000s, and up to 2015 current state. So going back to this time frame, again, I think we're referring the early 80s time frame. The information that's out there is indicating at a national level that there is a potential for groundwater impacts. And the company initiated its study to understand that. So your question is what's been looked at this time frame that you might determine that there's no indication of a risk. At that time, the data would have been the Allen study initiated in 78, which was the full well network. The 80 little study that was initiated in the early 80s and the data that was coming in from that, both at Allen, and the leachate studies that were done at all sites. So this was the voluntary work by the company at that time to understand there's a potential. What are we doing with that? And they initiate this work. And this is beyond what is one required, which is a minimum, what's required. We always ensure compliance, but it's beyond just compliance. It's beyond what is also being done industry-wide. In other words, we're operating at or above the industry standard and cooperating with the agency to further the knowledge. But at this point, that is what you're seeing. You have data coming in from the site that is representative of other sites and site-specific information that's tied to the leachate studies at all the ash basins throughout the company.
Okay. And just to clarify for the record, Allen was the only site in the 1980s that had groundwater monitoring wells around its ash basins. Is that correct?
Well, after that, you see additional studies at Cliffside, and that's in the 87 timeframe. And that, again, voluntary work with EPRI to understand what's going on. Or I'm sorry, it was W.S. Lee and it. Cliffside went until the 90s. And then you also see some additional groundwater monitoring in the 80s. I think you're referring to some of the landfill related monitoring. Marshall, Ballew's, that's going in late 80s. But it's also, the landfills are located in an area where it's also indicative of, because the well location is also adjacent to the basin. So those wells are also providing information. So if you are beginning to see an issue, it would be informative as to there's a potential issue over here with the basins as well. So groundwater monitoring in the 80s, I think that's your specific question. It would have included at that point, Allen, the stuff that the monitoring that the company self-performed. Then there was the AD Little work at Allen, and then there would have been Marshall, Ballew's wells going in the 80s, as well as in the W.S. Lee work with EPRI.
And you had briefly mentioned the iron and manganese exceedances at Allen, and I just wanted to ask quickly, the 2L rules, they don't have an exemption for iron and manganese, do they? Or did they at the time?
What do you mean by exemption? I mean, they were, I believe they were standards at the time, published standards for iron and manganese. And again, remember, I mean, whenever you think of the 2L rule, you have to also remember that it publishes a number that applies to that particular element. So in this case, let's say it's iron, and it has a standard that's listed of, and I can't remember the standard off my head, but let's say it's 300. I don't remember. Then it has the additional requirement that if that element is also naturally occurring, then the standard is above background upon determination of what background is by DEQ. So you have a published number, but if that's also naturally occurring, that particular parameter you're referring to, then the standard is background, above background, if you've contributed to that. So that's an important part of when you analyze any of your data, is trying to understand what is background, and that's a obviously very complex undertaking.
And thank you, Mr. Wells. And on page 36 of your testimony, you discussed the fact that the company has installed various air pollution control devices at its coal-fired facilities in order to comply with air emission standards. And so would such devices include things like FGD scrubbers, low nitrogen oxide burners, selective catalytic reduction? Are those the types of things the company installed?
Yes.
Okay. And did the installation of such air pollution control devices change the waste streams that went into the coal ash impoundments?
I think in some instances it may have. I mean, you've got, I would think, I'll just give a simple example in my mind with, scrubbers, you suddenly introduce an additional waste stream where you're looking to remove, contaminants out of the air, provide, water flushing through a scrubber system, and then treating that water's typically treated. And then, whatever's coming out of that treatment system end up as basin. I guess your question is, did that adjustment of air pollution control devices, the installation of those, create additional waste streams that ultimately were managed out of the basin as well? And the answer is yes.
And did the company consider changing its coal ash management practices when its waste streams changed?
Well, without question, we would have looked at this continuously, meaning not just coal ash management practices, but wastewater management. Always, these are permitted facilities. They are a 5-year cycle. So in other words, every 5 years, we have to go back in front of the agency and put together a very complex application that lays out the entire water management system and a good bit of detailed calculations as to what, if any, impact this might have on the environment as it's contemplated in terms of what we believe the treatment system will do and what would end up being a discharge and the type of monitoring that will be done to verify that. So all of that is placed into this application before we renew the permit that ultimately is issued by the state to authorize what we've submitted in that application. So in this instance, if we were to add any wastewater stream or make any adjustments, we would have had to have gone back in front of the agency to get that reviewed and approved in the form of an authorized permit.
All right, and thank you for that. On page 46 of your testimony, lines 11 through 12, or I'm sorry, lines 12 through 14.
I see that, yes.
Okay. You state that under the CCR rule and CAMA, closure of all of the company's ash basins had already been triggered before the 2017 rate case was filed, and the triggering factor was not groundwater impacts. Now, Mr. Wells, weren't the closure deadlines under CAMA and the required type of closure due in part to groundwater impacts caused by the coal ash ponds?
The So the closure, I think, I want to make sure, as I'm reading this requirement, it's saying that the requirement to close had already been triggered before the rate case. So I think that was the point. So the requirement to close was built into CAMA and already had those dates where we were either, again, high priority or low, medium, or high risk, but you were, regardless, all basins were one of those four, and one of those four categories, each of those four categories had a requirement to close by a date certain, depending on where you fell.
Okay, and then, yeah, so like you just stated, the timeline and the type of closure was based on, one of the factors was groundwater contamination, correct?
As I recall, it would have evaluated a number of factors, in sense evaluating risk, and groundwater would have been was one of those factors.
Now I'd like to discuss your testimony regarding seeps. And we can start out on page 12 of your testimony.
Okay.
Sorry.
Yeah, I'm there.
Okay. All right. So on page 12, starting on line 14, you state that from 1967 until 2009, the commission had the sole authority to regulate utility dams, including all of the dams that formed DE Carolina's ash basins.
Yes.
And on the next page, lines 2 through 4, you state that an important part of each inspection was identifying, characterizing, and monitoring seeps that may be emanating from the ash basins.
Yes.
But these inspections, they were intended to assess dam safety and integrity. They weren't intended to be water quality inspections, isn't that right?
I think that's correct, yes.
That type of oversight remained with DEQ, did it not?
That's correct. Now, I do indicate in the next line that these documents would have been shared with DEQ for their review. And I will say, I mean, this is a good example, I think, of that evolution of, I speak to in my testimony that things have evolved in terms of the environmental framework, the regulatory approach, regulatory priorities, regulatory interpretations, and really how, the environmental issues such as these are viewed as a whole. So if you think of seeps, you're right. I mean, these are, you're starting with a basin built in 1950s that has this dam safety is king, obviously. It's an engineered dam. They want to ensure is going to be solid. So they built the dam out of soil. And then within that in soil bankment, there is a sand around a perforated pipe so that if water begins to permeate through that soil, there's a release point for it and it's collected and then it comes out through that engineered system and is released at the toe, at the base of the dam to allow a relief. But this is a dam safety feature. So it would have been a major focus of the dam safety inspections back then and up to today to ensure that those features are operating correctly. And in part, they would also look at any coloration of that water. If there is water coming out, is it becoming higher or lower? Because that could be an indication that the integrity of the dam is potentially at risk. So that would have been a big part of those early discussions. Now, as you know, in 2010, you keep following this evolution. In 2010, as we discussed in the last case at length, EPA came out with a memo that said, we need to take a look at these. Maybe these should be permitted under the Clean Water Act. They may be an NPDES related discharge. Now, a lot that goes into that, and we can talk about that, but that began a new view of these. And of course, the company took a lot of actions based on that with the regulator and up to the date that I can walk you through if that's.
So that's helpful. That leads me to my next question, Mr. Wells. Prior even to 2010, state law prohibited discharges into waters of the state without a permit, and these engineered seeps were not permitted in any of the company's NPDES permits, were they?
So you're talking about a prohibition of a discharge under the Clean Water Act, which is delegated to the state, right, via the NPDES permitting program. The question is whether or not these are discharges under the Act. That was the question even as of 2010. So the discharge, under the Act, again, discharge is really a defined term, and it looks for, you're talking about a point source. You got to evaluate whether you have a point source carrying pollutants to waters of the United States. All three terms of art under the Clean Water Act, right? And there's case law from the 70s up to today that is still trying to figure out what is a point source in a lot of ways. The traditional point source concept was a pipe. If you think of the early 70s, it was clearly a pipe carrying those pollutants out to a river, which is the waters of the US, navigable waters. And that was permitted. Now, from that early time, there's a lot of evolution of, well, what else does it mean? What is a point source? And it's broadened in terms of, one, priorities, two, views by the agency on how they interpret the rules. And a lot of things have changed how that would be interpreted today from what it would have been in the 70s. In any event, in the 2000 timeframe, when I was referring to these permits and the permit applications, there's a water balance that goes before the agency as part of that application. And in that water balance diagram, it would have identified, it did identify, I've seen that they've identified these. But the bigger point is, and those would have just been in drawings. The bigger point is when the Hanlon memo came out, EPA came out in 2010 and said, these may be subject to permitting. It was 2 states, it wasn't to Duke, this was to all states throughout the country saying, these type seeps may be subject to permitting and you should evaluate them and see what's the appropriate steps, other things. Duke at that time approached DEQ specifically with data, pictures, other things to say, here's what we have, come on out, visit the site. We'll look through this. How do you want to manage these? We believe permitting is an appropriate step. And at the time, the agency determined it was not. And that is represented in my testimony. And I cite to, Sergey Chernikov, who's a permit writer, he's PhD, he's very, very competent, very qualified permit writer out of DEQ. And he tells you specifically with the way the state was approaching it. And that was, they didn't see it as a priority. They were very much concerned that this North Carolina was like in front of this issue. The rest of the country wasn't doing this, and that they were going to be setting precedent. So they're working back and forth with EPA to understand what's the appropriate way to permit these if they are subject to permit. And in fact, ultimately determined, they're looking to protect the waters, the receiving waters. And they recognized they had a pipe coming out of the basin, which was direct water from the basin, millions of gallons per day under the permit, and surface waters being monitored and verifying no impacts to the surface waters from that discharge, but that's all permitted. And that these seeps in essence were a small fraction. Orders of magnitude below that, and didn't carry the similar even concentration, because the water's filtering through the soil bank before it even gets to this area. But in any event, that's what the DEQ was looking at this to understand if this was a priority that wanted permitting. At that time, they chose not to. As you know, we revisited in 2014 and ultimately really pressed hard for some regulatory clarity on this issue, which we felt was via permit. And by the way, in that interim, we were also installing collection systems where we could to collect those seeps and put them back into the basin while this issue was being resolved. So a number of areas, we also spent money to take some action while we sought this clarity. And as you know now, those are all permitted. We've now been managed to get all of those permitted or otherwise resolved through the SOCs.
Well, Mr. Wells, at the time the seeps were constructed, and and as you said, these are pipes channeling wastewater directly from the coal ash ponds. Did the company know about the Clean Water Act and the delegated state program prohibition on unpermitted discharges?
So if you look at the design drawing, the drawings, these were built in the 50s and 60s. So the Clean Water Act didn't exist. The state requirements didn't exist. This concept that you're talking about didn't exist. Now, the second piece, you say, I represented these as pipes carrying wastewater straight from the basin. No, that was a reference to the actual discharge pipe from the basin. Remember, these basins, they have a discharge pipe, a big one. That was permitted from the beginning of the Clean Water Act. Lawful through that pipe, the basin water goes out to the river and is sampled pursuant to the limits and other things. And the compliance record with that with respect to that is very, very, very good. What I was referring to is these pipes that are built into the bank. So they're not touching the basin water directly. They're designed to collect water that may permeate through the dam. So now you have a saturated soil. And by providing this typically sand or other type area around a perforated pipe, it provides a release from that soil pressure to allow that water to reach a pipe. So this is water that flowed from the basin originally, but has since flowed through soil. So then again, you're trying to ask and then that water would typically go to the toe of the dam. So it's not going straight to the river. So that left the question of, is it, even after, now the Clean Water Act subsequently comes along and other things, but then you're asked, okay, now let's look at that water. Does it meet the requirements that you just referred to? Which is, is it a wastewater in the sense that it's carrying pollutants? Is it a point source if it were to reach water? And is it in fact reaching waters of the U.S.? And waters of the U.S., of course, there's a lot about that as well, right, in terms of legal interpretations. So the point is just that there was some discussion on that. That's probably, and as we got with the agency and sought permitting, they thought we maybe, in part, some of these begin to get into those areas that there was some concern, as indicated in the testimony, that there could be some precedent set that would apply to everything, not basins, but they referenced thousands and thousands of lagoons and other things that are elsewhere that were creating some concerns as to how this should properly be regulated.
Okay. And with respect to the company's other seeps, their non-constructed seeps, Duke Energy Carolinas and Duke Energy Progress combined have identified approximately 200 distinct seeps from their impoundments. Is that correct? In North Carolina?
That's not correct.
No.
No. So we're going to go back to my 2017 testimony on this issue, where this was considered in front of the commission, and there's extensive discussion on this point. In 2014, recognizing there was no regulatory clarity on this issue, this idea of tow drains and constructed seeps had already been before the agency. And as you can see in the development of the record, we are trying to get them permitted, and the agency's not doing that. One of the steps the company took, and this is in I was around at this time, we initiated a survey of the sites, comprehensive, anything that we considered to be an area of wetness. So this was just, and in some instances, at that time when we did that inspection, if there was any water, it was identified as an area of wetness. And then that's the number I think you're reflecting, is those areas of wetness. How many did we have? And we submitted all of them to the state and said, we have to get some clarity on this issue, because without regulatory clarity, we have risk. And as far as managing this issue, we have no direction to go, because there are wet spots all over. It could be a natural wetland. Some could be a storm event, the seasonal issue where it's holding water for a period of time in a particular area. Not all of these flowed. Not all of these had any constituents. not all of these even had enough water to pull a sample on. But they were all sampled, all identified by GPS coordinates, and all submitted to the state and requested regulatory clarity on how to manage these. And again, some we took additional steps to collect and pump back to the basin while we sought to get the clarity. We now have it. So that's the good, really good thing about where we're at. There were a lot of issues here that were requiring some interpretation and some resolution and some work with the agencies. And now we've achieved that. We're in a very good stead now. SOCs we created for the purpose of providing that regulatory clarity, and those have all been executed and we're in full implementation. And we have also now received revised permits for all those the constructed piece of the seep. So we have that clarity we've been seeking, and we're fully compliant with them moving forward.
So I'll go back to several things you just said, but first I wanted to, and we can go to the document if you would like, but I'm looking at the 2015 joint factual statement, and we can all go there, or I can just read from it. But it's Hart Exhibit 3 in this case.
I am familiar with it. If I need to look at it, I'll let you know.
Okay, so there's a sentence here that reads, the defendants have identified nearly 200 distinct seeps at the defendant's coal ash basins throughout North Carolina in permit modification applications filed in 2014. So so I read that to mean that there were 200 distinct seeps at the two companies' sites in North Carolina. Is that right?
Well, I refer this was the area of wetness list that was submitted to the state for purposes of determining permitting.
Okay. And let's see. All right. You had mentioned that some of these areas were seasonal. You had testimony along those lines. And I would just really quickly like us to refer to, let's see, Public Staff Cross Exhibit 73.
Okay.
And that is the River Bend SOC.
I see that.
And all right, so Chair Mitchell, we would ask that Public Staff Cross Exhibit 73 be identified as Public Staff Wells Williams Rebuttal Cross Examination Exhibit number 6. And just
I'm there. I'm at the exhibit.
okay.
I'm sorry. Oh, I'm sorry.
All right, Ms. Ford, the document will be marked as Public Staff Wells Williams cross-examination, rebuttal cross-examination, exhibit number 6.
Thank you. So looking at page 3 of this document, make sure I have the correct line, which is here we go. It's page 1 of the document, which is page 2 of the PDF. And this is the first page of the special order by consent.
Okay, I see.
And I will read the first sentence of paragraph 1B, which reads, Duke Energy Carolinas is responsible for unauthorized discharges of wastewater from the area around River Bend Steam Station's coal ash surface impoundments. And then I will move to the last part of this paragraph. We can read the whole thing if you would like, but the part I'm focused on reads, seeps are typical in earthen dams. Seeps can be seasonal and or transient in nature. However, seepage can still constitute an unauthorized discharge. Is that what that reads?
I see that, yes.
Okay. So even if seeps are seasonal, they still can be unauthorized discharges, isn't that right?
I think they can if they're unpermitted and they meet all the criteria we had previously set forth that would constitute a discharge. You know, and the other thing I'd make just reference with respect to the SOCs, a big part of a special order and consent is this, you know, you're looking to resolve an issue that isn't clear. I mean, in this instance, an issue that isn't clear. And this is a vehicle that can bring that clarity as to how we do it. And so now, for instance, the agency could just as easily have put a lot of these straight into a permit, and they didn't because they weren't sure they required a permit or that it was proper to permit some of these transient things that weren't squarely falling in a point source type hole. So they would say, so we had two vehicles that we looked at, and one was permit, and we permitted those very clean ones like the constructed seeps. And they didn't feel that was creating the wrong precedent, and it was a good approach. The SOCs created another vehicle where there was an opportunity where you know you have an issue without a good path resolution and alignment between both us and DEQ on path forward. And also with an eye toward, one, regulatory clarity, but also ensuring adequate protection of the environment. We want to ensure none of this was creating an issue. Our data was saying that it's not, but what's the right way with respect to the agency to clarify that? So the SOC is the vehicle that allowed us to do that. And so as you read through this, this resolution was very beneficial to the company as well as the state to get this done. Okay. And I say that only because as you read the stipulations, those are important stipulations. They're necessary to trigger the authority under the SOC for the state to enter.
Thank you. And under the SOCs that the company entered into, did it agree to pay financial penalties for its seeps?
Yes.
Okay. And then I just have a couple more questions and then I will be finished. On page 12 of your testimony, you discussed the commission's authority to regulate utility dams from 1967 until 2009. And on page 13, lines 6 through 8, you state that not once during that time did the commission or the public staff ever determine or opine that the continued use of surface impoundments to store CCR was imprudent. So here you're referring to the period between 1967 and 2009, correct?
Correct, that's correct.
Okay. And are you familiar with the public staff's role?
And I would need some additional clarity.
Of course. So the public staff's role is to investigate the reasonableness of rates charged by public utilities. Isn't that right?
I'm not familiar with the public staff's specific role. I would agree with that, but I understand they look at a lot of things to understand whether they agree with the costs and the rates as the company has applied for them.
Okay. And the first time that costs associated with corrective action and closure of coal ash impoundments came before the commission was in 2017 for Duke Energy Carolinas. Isn't that right?
I don't know that was the first time. I think what I was referring to here is that the dams, the concept of we have basins. This is how we manage our basins, and we're doing the inspections, and there's a docket that's set up, and all those inspections are being submitted, and there is some involvement by the public staff, by the AG, by the all the parties today. There's involvement by the DEQ that was evidenced when, as I read the docket, where some of these were shared, you know, it was saying by practice, they share them with DEQ, who does have that environmental authority. Point is that the point of this portion of the testimony is Duke has not operated in a vacuum. This is not all, 2020 hindsight on everything that Duke's practices were. It was intended to say, look, this has been the practice of Duke, but in a very open way, this is how wastewater and coal ash has been managed, not just here at Duke, but nationally. And we weren't in a vacuum. We had the regulators involved. We had, obviously from the stamp safety perspective, we've had the commission involved. Commission was sharing documents with others. From the regulatory side, environmental, DEQ's involved, they're permitting. We're engaged with the EPA on everything they're doing. We're engaged with EPRI over the years. We do multiple studies at our sites on this very issue. We're voluntarily engaging at an even broader level with USWAG. All of this is occurring over the years. And my point is, there seems to be this concept that Duke's out on its own, and now let's take a hard look at what they did, and we don't have any onus for this. My point was, it's not that there was wrongdoing. It's that this was the evolution of this practice, and we are where we are today, and we're in a good place, and we're ready to move forward. And that was my point, is that this wasn't just, there were others involved with understanding how ash is managed.
And who is it that's ultimately responsible for the company's ash ponds and compliance with environmental regulations? Would that be the company or DEQ or the public staff?
I believe the company is responsible for the management of the ash and our compliance.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Wells. Those are all my questions.
Very well.
All right, at this point, we have come to our lunch break. We will be in recess until 2:30. Before we go off the record, though, I would like to address Duke's request related to witness McManus. I have consulted with my colleagues, and we have no further questions for the witness, so she may be excused.
Thank you, Chairman.
All right, anything else before we go off the record? All right, hearing nothing, we will go off the record and back on at 2:30.
Good afternoon, Kathy.
Hey, John, it took 3 reboots, but I think I got it. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. You sound a little off. Do you by chance have your earbuds?
I do have earbuds and I can try that as a good alternative. Hang on a sec.
Okay.
Is that better?
Just say a few more words of that.
Hopefully this is a little bit better with the earbuds in.
Yeah, it's a little bit better. You're a little muffled, but I mean that's probably as good as it's going to get, I think.
And today it's just not critical, so that's
Okay.
a good thing. So,
Oh, okay. Well, that's fine. You're good to go then. Sorry.
all right, thanks so much for checking. I appreciate it.
Sure, no problem.
All right, bye-bye.
All right, Joanne, will you give me the signal? All right, perfect. All right. Let's go back on the record, please. We will proceed with cross-examination by the Attorney General's office. Ms. Townsend.
Thank you, Chair Mitchell. Good afternoon, Mr. Wells, Ms. Williams. Welcome to the wonderful world of this hearing.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Mr. Wells, I'm going to start with you.
All right.
Okay. I assume you're listening to Ms. Benarsik's testimony, right?
I did hear portions of it. I did not hear any of the confidential. I wasn't tied into that, but I did hear most of the rest of the testimony.
All right. And you're aware that she directed me to ask you certain questions pertaining to the subject of wells. Are you
Sure.
aware of that? Okay.
Yes.
So I'm going to be asking you questions, understanding that you are not a hydrogeologist, correct?
So I do have responsibility for the groundwater. I'm not a hydrogeologist, but in my role as, EHS programs, I'm responsible for all environmental programs, all environmental compliance programs, enterprise-wide. So that includes groundwater, but also air, water, waste. So I rely on, in each of those different disciplines, I rely on expertise. And with specific to groundwater, I have a groundwater team that reports up through me that has their geologists, engineers, environmental managers, and they also hire consultants who are hydrogeos and geologists and other. And we also rely on university professors with some very niche expertise. So all those type, I rely on that expertise to bring me the facts and assist with informing decisions, and I'm very engaged with those that expertise in evaluating my decisions.
All North Carolina sites require a groundwater monitoring program under CAMA. Is that correct?
CAMA does require a groundwater monitoring program. That is correct.
Okay. And in going over the various sites with Ms. Benarsik, we talked about Allen, and that at Allen, the CAMA groundwater monitoring network comprises a sampling of 136 wells, 33 quarterly and 103 semi-annually. Does that sound correct?
I would, subject to check, that sounds very,
All right.
Sounds reasonable. Sounds like consistent with what I would expect. Yes.
Okay. And can you tell us when this network requirement under CAMA began?
So groundwater assessments were required under CAMA upon the enactment of CAMA in 2014.
Okay.
All stations.
All right. And so when was the well supposed to be in place and operating under this requirement?
Did you say when were the wells required?
Right. When were they supposed to be operating and starting to give out data?
I don't recall specifically. I remember the framework generally, which is, to establish a groundwater upon the enactment of CAMA. There was a requirement to develop an assessment plan, and which would include what you're referring to as a groundwater monitoring network, and that would be submitted to the state. Then the state would have to approve, and then that, I believe, would a date would be triggered off of DEC's approval. I don't know that there's an express requirement there, but I do know with respect to corrective action, for instance, we have to begin implementation of corrective action within X days of DEC's approval of the plan.
All right. So was there an actual timetable to establish the Allen network when it had to be completed?
I think there was. I would have to pull CAMA and look. It seems like there was a timetable, but I would have to check that.
Okay. And based on Allen's network, which was 136 wells, how many monitoring wells were in place that were able to be used as part of that network?
I don't know the exact numbers. I couldn't tell you that.
1%, 10%, 20%?
Well, I mean, at first I'd like to start with, I'd probably want to give a little more background to that because I don't know the percentage. I would have to, to give some specifics, I'd have to look at some records. But the whole concept of groundwater monitoring is this, honestly, it's this iterative approach. So for instance, if you look at the federal CCR rule, it sets forth a beginning monitoring network of a minimum of 1 up, 3 down, which I think you heard Ms. Williams refer to. So this is 2015 federal rule, 1 well upstream, up gradient, 3 wells down. Those are the minimum. Now you do more to have additional characterization, but that's the starting point. With respect to Allen, obviously we had the early wells, which we've already discussed in the 80s. But with respect to Allen, we then had a voluntary network that we established in the 2000 timeframe. I think it was 2004. And so there's a set of wells, and then additional wells were installed around the 2010 timeframe. And again, I'd have to have documents for specifics, but the point is more wells go in then. And then we're working with the state on all those results. There's some various processes being worked through. And at some point, CAMA came along. And then CAMA said, do an additional full assessment. So now it's starting you down the assessment path. So normally you do a detection level monitoring. You see what you have. If you start to pick something up, then you move toward assessment. And that's where we were at when CAMA came along, moving toward assessment. And assessment then means you do a full assessment to understand the full extent of the impacts. And that's where we were at in 2014. So then you see these additional wells in place for the assessment purpose, not that initial detection monitoring network, which is where we were at prior to that.
My question was, were you able to use any of these prior wells that were established in the 80s or the 90s or the 2010 or whenever, or did you have to put in an additional 136 wells?
We would have used, first of all the data would have been informative. So all of it's useful. Then the wells that were installed would have been useful and I believe continued in use unless there was something wrong with the well or for some reason it wasn't providing accurate information. So I believe all the wells, to the extent they were still operable, would have been used in the development of the assessment plan, which is the additional monitoring network.
Where would we find that information as to how many wells were in fact still there and useful?
I believe there's been some discovery responses. It's been a lot here, but I believe there have been some responses with respect to when the wells went in and when any that would have been abandoned since then. And I don't know if it said why, but I believe it showed the wells installed and then if any have been abandoned. Typically abandoned would mean that it was no longer functional or was providing some other issues. We had to re-drill a well or who knows what could be going on. But I thought a discovery response that summarized all that.
All right. Did Duke install these wells, or were they the new additional wells, or were they installed by a third party?
We would have managed third-party contractors to install. We would have provided the oversight and we would have provided the we would have hired, we had consultants who assisted us with developing the monitoring network. And then we would have, with respect to the drilling work, actually installation, that would have been done by drillers that we would have hired. But Duke would have done the oversight.
And who determined the number and the location of the wells in these networks?
So that is, I spoke earlier about how the groundwater team works, but we would have done that with our in-house subject matter expertise at each of the different sites. in conjunction with consultants. We hired various consultants to assist with this based on their qualifications and experience in these areas. And then, as I say, also some university professors assisted where we needed that. And all of that, so that may have been the initial work. We also had would have had other reviewers that we hired or engaged with at times with specific expertise to review it, to ensure, often just seeking them to challenge, to ensure we've got it right, or we've got it technically as strong as we can make it for its intended purposes. And then all of that would have been submitted to the state for their review. And then there would have been back and forth with the state on any concerns, questions, recommendations out of them. We'd have made the adjustments for that, and then ultimately implemented what was approved with the state.
So when you talked earlier about an assessment plan that you submitted to the state, that assessment plan would have indicated what Duke and or its third-party helpers would indicate thought how many wells were needed at any particular site?
I don't remember specifically how it's laid out, but in general, that's what it would be. And it wouldn't just be, hey, we need 20 wells. It would say, here's what we want to do. We want to evaluate. Here's what we know to date. Everything we know about the geology, what we know about groundwater flow, what we know from past data, what we know, and given what we know, we want to move it into an assessment. So let's look to understand, continue to build on that. So we need to define a well network that's going to provide some additional information. And that's really a next step. Now, it doesn't stop at, therefore, I want 40 wells all century lined along this line. It looks at depth. It looks like at what's going on with the geology that might create different formations with respect to the flow. It looks at a lot of different technical factors as to how groundwater might be flowing, and making sure that we're getting an adequate characterization of what's going on using wells in this very large area. You're dipping a straw in one spot versus, but you got a long area you're trying to cover. So you're trying to cover a large area as effectively as you can. And then that's just really the first step. Again, groundwater assessment and corrective action is iterative. So we would have done the assessment plan, and even since then would have continued. Once we get data back from that first set of wells we thought we needed per the original assessment plan, that would provide additional information and potentially more wells or different depths. And all of that would continue to be an iterative process with the state in goal to understand the full picture of what's going on with respect to groundwater and use that to inform the corrective action plan.
So if I'm understanding you correctly, then the number of wells that was used in this case, 136 at Allen, was based on information supplied by DEC to DEQ. Is that correct?
So again, kind of the full picture. It would have been, there would have been back and forth with DEQ. We would have proposed, brought a lot of data together, and then there would have been back and forth with DEQ on what they thought. They may say, hey, I think this well should be moved 30 feet this way, or I think you need 3 more wells in this area because I've got some questions about this. Those are the kind of back and forth that would have gone on.
But the base information obviously had to be supplied by Duke, correct?
There would have been a starting point, I believe, where we would have taken it to the state. That's right. And then get the conversation going.
Okay.
Yes.
Allen also has a CCR, groundwater monitoring network, consisting of 48 wells. Plus, according to the CAM report, there were an additional 24 monitoring wells voluntarily sampled. First of all, when did the CCR groundwater monitoring network requirement begin? When did that one begin?
The CCR groundwater monitoring network would have been a part of the CCR rule when it was finalized, which I believe is 2015.
All right. And was that network requirement for all the sites at the same time?
It would have set forth groundwater requirement in terms of a performance standard that we need to demonstrate by a date certain. We either were or were not meeting. a performance standard by a date certain. And then you had to have a number of monitoring events in order to demonstrate that. So that was the setup. And that would have applied to all the CCR units that were subject to the rule at the time.
So the performance standard.
If I could just jump in for 1 second, I think it was about 30 months. Initially, EPA had proposed a year to get that monitoring well system in, but I think it got changed to 2 years from the effective date of the rule to get the monitoring well system installed, the data collected, and sampling and analysis provided to the provided, which of course North Carolina chose to engage on that. The rule, was essentially self-implementing at that point, but that's the rough time frame.
Thank you. Is there any overlap of the wells that are used for sampling at the CAMA groundwater network and the CCR groundwater network?
Yes.
Okay. And my understanding is that the original CCR groundwater monitoring network was to provide what they call detection monitoring, correct?
The CCR monitoring, did you say?
Yes.
Okay. Yes. And that was the process I was referring to. I mean, I'm referring to generally groundwater, what I'm seeing over the years, not just any specific state or federal, but a process that looks like detection, assessment, corrective action. Those are common kind of different phases of groundwater work that you see.
And the detection monitoring phase is what?
So the detection phases, I think what you referred to in the CCR rule is that you initially installed a detection monitoring network.
Okay. And that would have been for Allen, the 48 wells, correct?
I don't know if the 48 included some additional assessment wells. I don't know what I don't know without looking, at all the sites. There were various wells put in at different times for different reasons. But in the federal rule, 2015, effective at the end of 2015, the CCR rule came into play. It did set forth a requirement that we begin doing some detection monitoring.
Okay. And because of contaminants detected at levels above applicable groundwater protection standards at every site, the sites were all placed in the CCR assessment monitoring program, correct?
Correct. Here's the one key point. The CCR, I mean, a big difference, I think, between when you think about the 2L rule versus the CCR rule. The 2L rule has always had this compliance boundary that applied well since '84 timeframe. A compliance boundary around the basin that was 500 feet from the waste boundary, horizontally, just strictly horizontal, nothing vertical or anything of that nature. So with respect to the state, that's where your compliance boundary lied, and you built a lot of your assessment and even your ongoing monitoring throughout the years was premised on the idea that your compliance is at that 500 feet from the waste boundary. CCR came along, it's different. It works at the waste boundary. So it established a detection network at the waste boundary, not the 500 feet, and installed the wells there. And it did have some different parameters lists, but in any event, that's the detections went in there. So at the waste boundary, if you have a detection above the standard that I was referring to, the performance standard with respect to detection monitoring, then you move to assessment. And I believe all of our units would have had a detection above the detection limits applicable at the waste boundary and moved us into assessment monitoring at those facilities.
And what additional requirements were imposed for assessment monitoring versus detection monitoring?
It is a slightly different set of parameters that it has you, as I recall, you look at, as well as additional wells to determine. It may drive some additional wells depending on what you're seeing. I think it can vary depending on what you're seeing and what the parameters are.
Okay. The number of wells in the various sites in the network groundwater monitoring system varied both for the CAMA and for CCR. Can you explain why, for instance, Cliffside which covers approximately 1,500 acres, as opposed to Allen's 2,000 acres, required 253 wells, or over twice as many wells in the CAMA network, and an additional 70 wells in the CCR network than Allen. Can you explain the difference?
Well, I mean, what drives the number of wells is driven by a number of factors, which I think are some of the things I talked about. You know, for instance, the geology, the groundwater flow, the conductivity, various things can affect the way, where you want wells in order to do an adequate characterization. The other thing is just the real estate, meaning where are the units, the waste units compared with other waste units. You know, if you look at Allen, for instance, they're all kind of in one spot. You've got the active basin, the retired basin, they all sit together. Cliffside, if you look at it, you've got one unit on one side of the plant, one on the other side of the plant, and another unit, you know, kind of offset. So all of that would drive, if you want to characterize these units, it could require more wells. If they're separated apart further, but there's also, I mean, just kind of describing it kind of really shows how this stuff can vary from professional judgment as well. So we may see, for instance, working with one, you know, it's a groundwater subject matter expert with the state in one region may have a different view on how they want to approach those sites versus, you know, you may work in a different region with a different person, and it can even who you're working with at the state can drive, you know, kind of differences of opinion on where things go and the number of wells that are needed. All those things are a factor.
So these assessment plans that you were given to the various regions, is that correct? Rather than to the DEQ, the main DEQ headquarters?
They went to both. So the whole structure in DEQ, they do have regional groundwater folks with expertise in that area. And then they roll up sort of to a centralized oversight, particularly all with respect to all the groundwater. There's sort of a couple centralized folks that oversee all the regions, oversee in the sense that they help coordinate the submittals and the responses and comments and, you know, talking through all the technical issues and coordinating meetings. And they're groundwater folks as well. And then all that obviously ultimately rolls up to, you know, what I'd consider headquarters, you know, senior DEQ management. But the regional hydrogeologists are, I mean, you know, they're there with, I mean, they have authority. They are, I mean, they're a big part of understanding technically what is appropriate and needed in light of what we, you know, what's the right level of assessment. So they have a big part of it, but it's also joined centrally to keep people, try to, you know, have some consistency in it. And so.
Good.
Yeah.
Could you tell us what the approximate cost of a well for these network wells were?
I don't have that figure.
You have no idea?
I have an idea. I think I'm not sure. I mean, it can vary so much. For instance, a bedrock well can take a long time to drill. You know, I've seen drills that are real, you know, they only can get so much depth per day because they're in bedrock. And when you've got a drill that's parked on something like that, this deep well that's in bedrock, that cost can be significant. You may have another well that is relatively shallow and some to put together and develop. I mean, even after you drill the well, then you have to there's steps to make sure the well is not only constructed properly, but then developed and other things just to make sure it's providing accurate data.
So what would be an approximate range from the shallow well to the much more complex deep well?
I would prefer to have numbers for you with respect to that, and perhaps there's on a break, if we're still going, I'll see what I can find on that. My sense is it was, I'm reluctant to throw out a number that I don't feel good at, but it was, I would, if I had to put something out, I think it's like the 10 to 40,000 range.
Okay. All right, turning to
I
your.
would like to, just so record's clear, I would really like to, I wouldn't rely on that number. That would be,
Oh, understood.
that would need to be verified. I just want to show, there is a range here that's probably, maybe something close to that.
I don't think you need to go to your testimony, but on page 15, you say something to the effect that the environmental regulatory regime has evolved as science, knowledge, and regulatory priorities have changed. Sound familiar?
Yes.
Okay. However, one environmental regulatory regime, the North Carolina 2L rules, haven't changed since 1984, or 1989, when it added its corrective action provision, correct?
Well, 2L has changed. The rule, right. Is what you're referring to. I mean, there have been changes to it over time.
It added the compliance boundary and the corrective action program, correct?
Well, and additional parameters have been added to the 2L list. And I mean, I think it started with something like, again, you'd have to check, but I think in the early 80s, maybe it was 17 parameters, and now there's probably 150, and what, the concentrations associated with different parameters, would have changed with time. And again, it's all part of that. Yeah, I think it is representative of the evolution of eggs as a whole.
Basic premise against degradation of the groundwater has stayed the same since 1979, has it not?
And what can you restate? I'm sorry.
I said the basic premise of the 2L rules that prohibits degradation of groundwater has stayed the same since 1979, has it not?
I believe when the 2L rule was promulgated, it would have established standards with the goal that you would not have exceedances beyond those standards outside of the compliance boundary. And it did include in my testimony, there's some discussion about that is applicable to ash basins and historical sites that were built pre-2L and how they would be handled. And the recognition that there is some chance that you already have these groundwater impacts when this rule comes in, and that they will work with permittees on that through the permit program to establish the appropriate controls as needed, as appropriate. And that did play out at some facilities throughout the, that's what we saw some of the permitting come into place in the early 90s.
Okay. If we could go to AGO pre-file cross-exam exhibit 15.
Okay. Okay, I'm there.
Waiting for Chair Mitchell. You with me? If we could have that marked as AGO Wells Williams rebuttal cross-examination exhibit number 1, please.
Just to, Ms. Townsend, just to confirm, this is a document that's a brief to the Supreme Court of North Carolina.
That's correct.
Okay. So this document will be marked as AGO Wells Williams rebuttal cross-examination exhibit number 1.
Thank you. And if you look at the front, you will see that this is a amicus brief prepared by for DEQ, correct? If you look at the second page, it'll tell you.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Right across the front. Amicus curious.
I did see that, yes.
Okay. All right. And if you'll go to page 13 of that document, you'll see that DEQ has made its position on the subject of change known in this brief on the 2L rules on page 13 that says, let's see, in the first full paragraph, the 4th line, it starts with groundwater assessment and corrective action. Are you there?
I am. I see that.
Okay. Are legal requirements that flow from the existence of a violation of the 2L standards. They are not themselves used to determine whether a violation has occurred. Is that correct?
That's what that reads, yes.
And then it says it is irrelevant in this context that, as the Utilities Commission noted, requirements changed over time. The fact that any party may have failed to conform itself to new standards once those standards became enforceable, does not negate any violations of those new standards. Is that accurately stated?
That is read accurately, yes.
Okay. And if you'll go back a few pages to page 10.
Okay.
And the very first sentence, it says whether an enforcement agency chooses to enforce immediately or to defer enforcement does not inform whether a violation has occurred. It only speaks to the agency's enforcement discretion, not its authority. Do you agree with that statement?
I agree that you read that accurately, yes.
Okay. And in its brief, it also puts forth its position on the difference between an exceedance and a violation under the 2L rules, and that's on page 9.
Okay, I see that.
Okay, and it says, well, let's read the second full paragraph. Most tellingly, witness Wells incorrectly restated critical language in the groundwater rules. Witness Wells explained in the passage above that upon the detection of an exceedance, the quote, owner operator must assess the extent of the exceedance. That is inaccurate. The groundwater rules mandate instead that in such circumstances, the owner operator must assess the extent of the violation. Is that what it says?
I agree you read that accurately.
Thank you.
Sure. I guess if that's the last question, I probably don't have an objection, but Chair Mitchell, we'll stipulate the document says what it says. If Mr. Wells is going to be asked a question about it, that it would be different.
Ms. Townsend?
I have one last question on it. If you'll go to page 10 again.
Okay.
And it talks about non-compliance, which is something you testified to about in your the last hearing. Is that correct, Mr. Wells?
I did, yes.
Okay. And it states that non-compliance is not the result of a failed corrective action, but is instead a necessary precursor to the requirement to undertake corrective action. Is that correct?
Or what are you reading? Or can
right.
You direct me again? I'm sorry.
Okay. Very last sentence.
Okay.
On the page, put another way, non-compliance, that is the violation, is not the result of a failed corrective action. It is instead a necessary precursor to the requirement to undertake corrective action. Is that what they state?
I do see that says that.
Okay, thank you. And that's all the questions I have.
All right, I do want to speak to this, obviously.
Mr. Wells, I'm sorry, go ahead.
I would like to speak to this if
Sure, go ahead.
Okay, good. So I mean, the amicus brief here, I did get a chance to see that when it's filed, and it's obvious. I was testified in the prior case on this very issue. It was a great bit of discussion. I think there are a couple key points that I want to make sure are clear in this instance. One, there was a lot of discussion in the past case about what's a violation and what's an exceedance and what does it mean. And we did have some discussion, and I've had it in the same case here, that where we have groundwater impacts, and I think this is very clear, and the amicus lays that out very clearly as well. Where you have impacts to groundwater, that is not a violation unless you are outside of the compliance boundary and above the standard. So in the last case, there was a lot of data being thrown around that was inside the basin, at the edge of the basin, but it was inside the compliance boundary, and the term was being used very loosely. So there was an effort to have some clarity around that. More specifically, and this was in my testimony, and this is ultimately what the commission also, in its 2017 opinion, it also drafted, as I understood, in their ruling. Whether, with respect to a violation, if there is an activity, if you conduct an activity that causes an exceedance of the concentration of ash-related constituents, outside of the compliance boundary to exceed the standard, then that activity is a violation of the 2L standard. That activity violates the standard.
And where would we find that,
It's in the
Mr. Wells?
2L rule. So this is the
Any
2L.
practice to it?
Okay, I'm summarizing the 2L rule. We can pull it up if you'd like. I think it's like 103B, but we can look at it specifically. I summarize it with respect to ash bases, but we can pull the rule up and look at it. So an activity that if you conduct an activity that causes an exceedance of the 2L standards, that's activity is the violation. So that's the way the 2L structure is. I read, we can again pull the language up. With respect to the question for the commission, so this where in my last testimony I indicated, that's the standard with respect to what's a violation. But more importantly, that's not what's in front of the commission. What's in front of the commission is whether or not that is indicative of or evidence of mismanagement or wrongdoing or fault. And what I was indicating is that a violation of the 2L standard for these historical sites that were built before the groundwater rules, before the Clean Water Act, 50s, 60s, 70s time frame, that were designed, constructed, operated, not only consistent with the law, but consistent with industry standard and beyond. And we even operated, in my mind, in some instances, beyond industry standard throughout those years. So with respect to a basin that's been built, constructed, operated, consistent with laws and industry standard, now that we find the groundwater exceedance that results in a violation of the standard, that is not evidence of mismanagement. And it shouldn't be used against the company to punish the company. It's instead an indication of where we are in that evolution of regs and time and the science. And with respect to discovery of this, the expectation is we take the next steps. That is the assessment. That is the corrective action. That is the hundreds of wells that you referred to. And that is the appropriate action upon discovery of this. Notify the state and then assess the extent of the exceedance of the standard. And again, that activity that exceeds the standard is a violation. And that was a lot of discussion that went on last time, where what I ultimately was indicating is that it didn't matter what you call it. The question before the commission is whether or not it evidences mismanagement. And the commission heard that. And if you read the opinion, they do state that the seeps, they heard all the things that are being discussed here in the groundwater and found that even if violation or an exceedance of the standard outside the boundary, whatever the language is that gets used, it's not evidence of mismanagement. And that was my point. The second point, and there's a lot in this amicus brief about it, is I was referring to, and you had me read this enforcement language. When I talked about enforcement, it was in the context of Duke. It was in the context of utility basins, not 2L as a whole. What this amicus is discussing is enforcement as a whole and the authority to bring enforcement under 2L, and I have no objection to that. What I was referring to is that when Duke went to the state in 2009 and 2010 and was saying, here's what we're seeing in our groundwater, and we want to start moving toward the next steps, DEQ was trying to figure out what 2L read, what it meant, what the interpretations of the rule were. You may know they had some back and forth with the Attorney General's office trying to get some interpretations of the 2L rule. Ultimately culminated in the 2011 policy memorandum, the Ted Bush policy. He was the head of aquifer protection. That laid out a flow chart of how the state would react upon these detections that exceeded the 2L standard. And it had you walk through assessment, corrective action, determination of background. So they built the flow chart specifically for these historical sites and unique to historical sites that were properly operated up to that point, but now have discoveries of these groundwater contaminations outside compliance boundary. And absent, and in it, it is structured such that enforcement would not come absent failure to take the assessment and corrective action steps. So the 2011 memorandum, the policy of DEQ, is what I was relying on for that position. That's further substantiated in the DEQ settlement, the Sutton settlement, which refers to the policy and affirms it was the policy at the time. It was an accurate policy. It further discusses the intent of the policy was that penalties would not be upon a discovery if the flow charts followed assessment, corrective action, and penalties. That's the action that would be appropriate in lieu of penalties. So that's set forth in the Sutton settlement. The other thing I'd mention is CAMA follows the same structure. CAMA is enacted in 2014. It supersedes the policy, and it too works the same way. Detection, assessment, corrective action without an enforcement provision with respect to that discovery. And that's not inconsistent with other regulatory regimes that are particularly remedial in nature, like this, where they act on almost a no-fault basis to impose cleanup obligations consistent with public policy, irrespective of whether or not the operator was fully compliant with law. So 2L was consistent with that. Sutton policy, 2011 memo, all support that that's the interpretation that was being applied to Duke in this light. And the only other thing I'd mention is the CCR rule works the same way. There are federal statutes, regulatory statutes, remedial statutes work the same way. And Ms. Williams has talked about some of that.
All right, I think we can agree to disagree, Mr. Wells. And going to Ms. Williams, based on your discussion with Ms. Lohr, I have a few questions for clarification, if I may. First of all, the CCR rule ultimately determined that coal ash would not be treated as a hazardous waste. Is that correct?
At this point, it is not treated as a hazardous waste, and EPA essentially deferred its final decision on the Bevel exemption.
Thank you. And as you indicated, the EPA gave the states control under RCRA to deal with solid waste facilities, correct?
What EPA did was develop a set of minimum standards nationally that defined what was a protective solid waste facility. And it did that largely in narrative form. And the enforcers of that were the states or citizens, either one, who felt that any individual facility was not meeting it, then they could take action. So states were taking actions, and in some cases there were citizen suits. EPA did not have actual enforcement authority, but EPA continued to provide guidance to the states on interpretation of various issues.
Right. So in North Carolina, it enacted its Solid Waste Management Act in 1982 and has the authority to enforce that act, correct?
I can't confirm, I'm subject to check. I don't recall when North Carolina enacted its solid waste law, but again, for impoundments, coal ash impoundments, they were regulating them under their Clean Water Act as a wastewater treatment system and using the NPDES authority. I would say, at least about a third of the states did it that way, and other states did cover them under solid waste regulations.
Okay, and the EPA is not the entity that legislated the 2L rules in 1979, was it?
No, they are not, although they are the entity that has included corrective action in the final CCR rule. And as Mr. Wells said, that is set up to require detection monitoring, moving to assessment monitoring, moving to corrective action where necessary to protect health of the environment. And so the requirement is there. It's not a violation under the federal rule. The only violation is if you don't do those steps that are necessary to protect health and the environment. And that's the same way that EPA set it up for its hazardous waste regulations. Everybody was required to monitor groundwater in those rules, and everybody was required to meet health protective standards. But if you failed to meet the health protective standards, EPA did not assume that there was mismanagement. EPA said, well, now you got to clean it up, basically. You've got to assess it, you've got to clean it up. So there's no mismanagement or assumption of bad behavior in the way the federal regs look at necessary assessment and cleanup.
All right. And if you would go to Hart number 10, exhibit number 10.
Is this directed at me or at Mr. Wells?
At you, Ms. Williams. I'm talking to you now.
Okay, I have it.
All right. And Hart number 10 is the actual 1979 2L rules that were when they were first promulgated. Is that correct?
Yes, that's what it looks to be.
All right. And if you would, well, let me read to you what the General Assembly said about these 2L rules and why they were enacted, and tell me whether or not that's your understanding. It says, only in the very last few years has pollution been recognized as a major threat to the quality of the groundwaters of the state. The increasing incidence and potential for pollution results primarily from the change in the use of land from principally agricultural and silvicultural activities to residential, commercial, and industrial activities. This change in land use has resulted in a large and continuing increase in the amount of waste disposed of on the land and in the number of other sources of pollution, such as landfills, waste disposal and processing facilities, chemical stockpiles, chemical and hydrocarbon spills, and concentrations of septic tanks. Although the land in such of the state is capable of cycling many types of waste, unlimited and uncontrolled pollution sources will result in not only pollution of the groundwaters, but eventual pollution of the surface waters as well. Poorly managed groundwater development is having a significant impact on the groundwater quality in some parts of the state. Did I read that correctly?
Yes, except I think one word which you may have misread, but it's not important.
Thank you. All right, turning to your testimony, pages 92 to 97. You distinguish between various laws and regulations, stating that some deal with compliance obligations addressing facility and waste unit design and operational obligations, while others, such as the North Carolina 2L rules, are remedial in nature and apparently, and I don't mean to overstep, but if I'm reading your testimony correctly, it appears that you consider the 2L rules to play a less important role.
I think you are reading it incorrectly. That's not my intent at all. It's just there's the kinds of requirements that get identified up front as to what's necessary to be protective. And those regulations and those permits are designed to ensure that you end up with a protective outcome, not only of groundwater, but of soil, of sediments, of air, et cetera. And you have a different category of rules, which I think when I mentioned it earlier, I said you could think of them as environmental performance standards. In my report, I call them remedial or response laws. They're very important laws, but they're almost a check on everything else, because they're saying if you're doing all the things that is believed to be appropriate proactively, but you still have an issue that can be attributed to a particular activity, you need to address that activity if it exceeds health and environmental protective levels. But it does go to the issue of the purpose of those laws. Typically, the purpose of these kind of laws is to make sure that you address anything that is not being adequately addressed by the proactive requirements that people believe will be sufficient to protect the environment. So it's a kind of a circle, but they are a different type of a regulation or a law. And so that's what I was trying to explain in my testimony.
Okay, I would expect that the state legislature expected those laws to be considered important and to be complied with. Would you agree with that?
Well, I certainly would agree that I think they're important. And I do believe that the reason that EPA has taken so much time, which they did initially during my tenure back in the 80s, to lay out what that process should be to do the investigation and the detection, and then the assessment, and then a whole lot of information on corrective action, which EPA worked very closely with the states on in this process, was to lay out a reasonable way to implement these laws, which are very important laws. But I think it goes to what Mr. Wells said, and EPA has gone to great lengths to say, you got to clean this up. We don't like it. We don't want it there. But knowledge is changing over time. And we have to acknowledge if knowledge is changing and what we thought was protective historically is no longer protective, then we need a process to get it assessed and cleaned up. And that was really the purpose of I'm going to speak for federal. I'm not going to speak for the state of North Carolina. I'm just telling you that the 2L law looks very similar to a whole raft of laws that exist both federally, including Superfund, and exist in many other states. And other states sometimes implement it the way North Carolina does. I've worked in many states where, for example, they'll issue a groundwater permit similar to an NPDES permit, but it controls what's allowed to be discharged to groundwater. So states do it differently, but I'm just trying to develop a distinction between these proactive compliance operational requirements and what you do to check whether they're good enough and what you do then if they're not.
Okay.
I mean,
On page 90.
Ms. Townsend, I did, I mean, if okay, just to make, I also wanted to be clear, I think I was, but with respect to the 2L, as I was discussing the application of that rule to Duke, it was in context of historical sites, not 2L on the whole. I mean, I have no opinion on that. I was speaking to specific to historical sites as set forth within the body of the 2011 policy. It talks about its application and that flow chart and that policy flow is specific to historical sites. And the Sutton settlement is consistent with that, as is CAMA. So I just want to make sure that's clear. I'm speaking with reference to the Duke historical ash management basins here, not broader.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Williams, on page 97, you state that parties who exceed the 2L standards are responsible for remediating the release, but are not typically punished or penalized for the exceedance itself. Is that correct?
Give me a second to find the line number. I see it now.
All right. If you would turn to AGO cross exhibit number 26, please. And this is a letter from DENR, D-E-N-E-R, D-E-N-R, to Duke Power, dated December 18th, 1998.
Yes, I have it up.
All right. And Chair Mitchell, we would like to have that marked as AGO Wells Williams rebuttal cross-examination exhibit number 2, please.
All right, the document will be marked AGO Wells Williams rebuttal cross-examination exhibit number 2.
Thank you. And if you look at the second paragraph, you're more than welcome to read the whole letter if you want. I don't think it's necessary, but that's your call. But if you look at the second paragraph of the letter, it says at this time, the section wants to only address whether or not the 2L standards are being exceeded at the compliance boundary. If indeed it is found that the landfill does cause an exceedance of the 2L standards, then the landfill will need to be closed. Is that what it says?
Yes, you've read it accurately.
Okay. And then it goes into the third paragraph, talks about starting with the 2L standard, which is the fourth, in the fourth line there. You see where I am? Okay, the 2L standard has been exceeded at well MW3 for manganese and for pH consistently according to our records. The manganese has been recorded at 3 times the 2L standard and seems to be increasing over time. Is that accurate?
Yes, you read it accurately.
Okay. Then at the very last paragraph, it says, the intent of this letter is to make clear some important issues which need immediate attention before a final review of this can be completed. Is that accurate?
Yes.
It appears from this letter from the regulator that they were ready to require closure of a landfill for exceedances at the landfill, including one well that has exceedances 3 times the manganese level, the standard for manganese. Is that correct?
Well, I think it would be perhaps more appropriate to ask Mr. Wells about the background of this letter, since I'm not familiar with the details. But the letter clearly looks like they're at least requesting some additional information and analysis, and have said that it may be necessary to close the landfill as a corrective action in this case. Yes. I mean, that's how I'm reading it.
Okay, thank you. And that's all the questions I have. Thank you.
All right, Ms. Lee.
Thank you, Chair Mitchell. Good afternoon, Mr. Wells and Ms. Williams. My name is Bridget Lee, and I'll be asking questions today on behalf of the Sierra Club. Most of my questions will be for Mr. Wells, and then I'll have a few at the end for Ms. Williams. Now, appreciating that we've all been together for some time, I've tried my best to frame my questions to elicit yes or no answers. So if you'll do your best to listen to the question that I ask and to answer directly, I think we'll be able to make sure that we don't need to come back together again tomorrow, okay?
Fair enough.
Starting with you, Mr. Wells, you've testified that, quote, unlined ash basins or impoundments were the accepted approach employed across the power industry at the times when the basins were built. Is that right? I'm looking at page 11, starting line 9 of your rebuttal.
That's correct.
Okay. And in the 1980s, weren't some utilities employing dry handling techniques for coal ash?
1980s, I believe there were probably some that were, I mean, there may have been some that went to dry. I mean, for instance, we went to dry ash handling at Baloo's in the 80s. We didn't build any basins, you know, after 82.
Okay. So
from there, well, I think it was a transfer to landfills and if there were opportunities or other drivers to look at dry fly, I think that was things that were looked at for planning purposes.
thank you. So while unlined ponds might have been more common in the Southeast region, other options were available and being employed in other parts of the country. Is that right?
I mean, I think in other parts of the country, I mean, even within Duke, you know, we employed other options where it was appropriate.
Okay. And speaking generally, not getting into dollars and cents here, but would it be cheaper to dump coal ash into a stream valley or other low-lying area on the company's property rather than build a lined storage unit?
Well, I don't know what you mean by the term dump. I don't know what you mean by stream. I don't know what you mean by low-lying area. I don't know what you're implying.
Okay, so by dump, I mean deposit. Take the bottom ash from the bottom of the boiler and sluice it into an area. Stream Valley, I believe a number of Duke's power plants are, of course, located next to lakes and rivers. So many of those properties have tributaries to those lakes and rivers on them. Any of the beds of those tributaries is what I mean by a stream valley or other low-lying area.
And what's the question?
Is it cheaper to put coal ash in those places rather than build a lined storage unit?
I don't know what the cost in the 50s or the 60s or the 70s would have looked like and for a comparison of that nature. I do know that the basins, based on the design documents that I've seen, which are published on our website, indicate that these were engineered. The dams are engineered in a manner to ensure appropriate safety features and that there won't be a release. With respect to a low-lying area, it was in essence an area that where a dam would have been built near the lake for purposes of sluicing from the boiler to this area to collect. From what I've seen in the drawings, I don't know what they did with respect to the flows, but it appears the flows were redirected to meaning natural stormwater flows, redirected to ensure that, that we weren't flowing into the basin there in a way that would not meet the purposes of the basin, which was to receive the sluice dash. So the cost of what they did, I would imagine, was not insignificant. But I obviously don't know what those costs were. And, the other piece I would add is 50s, 60s concepts of liners. I'm not sure even what that would have looked like. And I'm almost sure it wouldn't have been a discussion that even sounded anything like what we would be talking about a liner today.
Okay, but the company did continue to build or to deposit ash in unlined ponds up until the 80s, is that right?
We continued to operate the basins consistent with the permits that were issued, and every 5 years, and of course we also had the additional studies that were progressing with time with the development of this knowledge and what's going on and the additional monitoring. So all of that is playing a part, and in particular with our interaction with the regulator on the things that we're seeing, additional monitoring being added, exchange of information, exchange of data, questions like what you saw with respect to the past exhibit, an exchange between the regulator about what we were seeing, which I think ultimately there it's determined that it was not an issue. But in any event, that was the exchange that went on.
Okay, and you mentioned dams being constructed at the company's ponds. Is it true that those dams were often constructed out of coal ash itself?
Which facility?
At any of the facilities?
You mean at the Duke facilities?
Yes.
What I saw from the drawings, it looked to me like it was typically a bottom. I mean, so I just looked at Allen a while back. I'll give you an example. It shows a borrow area in the drawings of where the soil is being borrowed from and creating. It would have been at least part of what I think was intended for the dam. So my understanding and what I've seen, and I am aware that some utilities had at times when they expanded used ash in their dams. I don't know that that was a practice at Duke.
Okay, and Mr. Wells, were you present yesterday when my colleague and Ms. Bedarsik were discussing the company's timeline of pond construction?
So vaguely remember that.
Okay, sure. So Ms. Bedarsik testified that she did not have available to her details about the design or engineering of the basins constructed between 1951 and 1972. Do you have details about that design and engineering?
The details I would have are what are available on the website. That's what I've reviewed.
Okay, so no additional homework looking at historical documents, just what was submitted under the CCR rule. Is that fair?
Right, which is the design and construction documents. It's the drawings and relevant documents with respect to how it was built. The
okay.
Documents, correct.
And were you also able to listen to the testimony of public staff witness Junis earlier during the hearing?
Yes.
Okay. Did you hear him discuss with Mr. Mehta the DE Progress Sutton site at which a clay-lined pond was constructed in 1984?
I don't remember that specifically, but I'm aware of that.
Okay. And in 1984, constructing ponds with liners was not required by either federal or state law, was it?
That's correct.
Okay. Do you know whether the company was able to recover the costs of constructing the 1984 Sutton Pond?
I don't know the specifics there.
Okay.
There were, though, some specific drivers. You're referring to the Sutton 84 pond.
That's right.
There were some drivers there, you know, and one of the things that we've talked about in my testimony is that when we did have, you know, if you follow the company's logic on a lot of things, but when there was an indication of a risk or a potential impact that was beyond what we were seeing, we weren't seeing any evidence of significant groundwater impacts or anything that suggested, you know, we were working outside, we were migrating outside of the immediate vicinity of the basin. At Sutton, that was an exception, which I'm sure we'll discuss on the next case. So there was, where the company saw a need for additional action to ensure adequate protection of the public health environment, it took those steps. And the Sutton 84 liner was
Sorry.
Thank you. Bless you, Terry. I think you're unmuted.
Thank you. I just realized that. I apologize.
Mr. Wells, you're aware, of course, are you not, of the plea agreement into which the company entered with the federal government that includes admissions of criminal negligent violation of the Clean Water Act with respect to coal ash handling?
the plea agreement. I'm very familiar with. That was a part of even my job over the last years, and the you know, it was a big part of the last case. You know, we talked about it at length, and you know, obviously in that case, nor this case, any of those facts are part of, in terms of a recovery, none of that's relevant here. But I think what the plea does represent is us very much cooperating with the federal government, working toward resolution, finding some common ground, and establishing a path forward. And in fact, you know, a lot of the facts, the statement of facts has been read here. I've read a piece of it, I think this morning. It's been read by other witnesses, but you know, obviously those facts speak for what they were in that given period of time and aren't representative of the company as a whole. The company took responsibility, entered the plea, cooperated. The commission in the last case considered those facts and ultimately even, you know, imposed a management plea, a management penalty, which I think in part was based on that. So, you know, I understand that. And also the, I mean, I would just indicate, you know, we have completed, you know, that was entered into 5 years ago, 5+ years ago. We've completed probation. We've completed all the obligations there. And really, we are in a very good place moving forward here.
Okay, thank you. And understanding that that document speaks for itself, I won't have us go through paragraph by paragraph, but just a couple quick questions about your understanding of it. Is it your understanding that the company admitted to criminal violations that were not directly related to the Dan River spill?
Criminal negligence on some other items outside of the Dan River spill itself, that's correct. And, you know, kind of everything we just discussed in terms of the context in the past case.
Okay, and for those specific actions to which the company did admit criminal negligence, would you consider those actions consistent with applicable regulatory requirements?
And I'll just, if you clarify, what do you mean consistent with applicable requirements?
Well, I believe it was, let me pull the page. In your rebuttal testimony, you've testified that DEC has met, quote, DEC has managed CCR consistent with industry standards and environmental regulations.
Yes.
So even those instances where the company admitted criminal negligence, that was, in your opinion, consistent with regulatory requirements?
I think you're referring to the Riverbend seep. I mean, perhaps that's what you're referring to. That was one of the items that was included in the statement of facts that supported the plea. And, you know, I think my point here is we have tens of thousands of compliance obligations on this fleet. And with respect to the ash basins that I manage current day. And that's just in a given time period. If you look from the time of inception from the 50s to now, I can't imagine the number of compliance missteps that exist. On the whole, over that period, without question, the management of our basins has been very strong, very powerful, consistent with industry standard, consistent with the regs. No doubt, if I looked back, I would find periods of time where we had mishaps. We had instances where we had to adjust. We thought we had it under whatever management system, and then we find we aren't, and we need to make the right adjustment, and that's what was done. So the plea represents that period of time, snapshot in time for that with respect to the entire 70, 80 year period. I think on the whole, we've I think performed very well, consistent with regs, consistent with the law, and consistent with standards.
Okay, thank you for that answer. The company was aware that unlined ponds had the potential to impact groundwater and surface water back in the 80s. Is that right?
Yes, I think that's correct.
Okay. Is it the company's position that it need only take action to prevent or mitigate impacts to groundwater when those impacts represent significant risk of environmental harm?
No, I don't think so.
Okay.
I mean, and here's why. I think you imply through significant that there's something less than, something you take no action on. The standards are set forth in the reg in terms of their limits and the compliance boundary. And if we find that we are outside the compliance boundary and above the regs, then no doubt that would drive action toward corrective action, irrespective. I mean, it's a regulatory requirement. So that's regardless of if that's presenting a risk to the public health. And that's what we're doing today. So there are instances where there's not a significant risk to the public health. Nevertheless, you have a regulatory requirement that you're not meeting or you're at risk of not meeting. And even if there's no receptor, even if there's no risk to the surface water, even if it's not hitting any wells, that regulatory requirement to clean up because you're outside that standard, that is something you do and will do. And that's what we're doing now. There are other instances where you may find there is no significant risk of a regulatory risk, and maybe even no significant risk to the public health as you sit. But as you review the data and review the facts, there's a potential that could develop. And maybe, there are instances I could point you to where, as opposed to just investigating and maybe proving a negative, or you may just take the steps. You may support the steps just to provide that certainty for people, even if you don't believe there's a risk there or you don't anticipate a risk, but it would be an extensive work to demonstrate that. We've done that with respect to water lines in some instances. The risk isn't there, the evidence of impact isn't there, but there's also an issue there. So even though there's no significant impact there, we're still taking proactive steps to resolve an issue associated with it. We've done that at other facilities in DEP. We'll talk about it as the time comes. But in any event, there are times that there's so many different, I think, fact patterns that can play, and they all got to be looked at. But on the whole, Duke is looking at meeting regs minimum, then doing whatever else is needed to manage the risk with respect to public health and environment or a regulatory compliance issue. And then on top of that, asking what is also the right thing. And those are the steps that I saw the company taking from the 80s up till today.
Okay, thank you for that answer. I think you might have just answered some of my upcoming questions, so I'll just go through them real quick and maybe just give me a quick yes, no. Would you agree, Mr. Wells, that in addition to the abatement of pollution and contamination, the North Carolina 2L rules were also intended to prevent pollution and contamination?
Well, I think it's, as I've discussed, I mean, I think it established limits, which are performance standard, and then establishes that you cannot conduct an activity that would cause an exceedance of constituents above the 2L concentrations outside the compliance bound. So, I mean, it's setting up that performance standard with an eye toward things, particularly if you were going to design a basin today, a lot of requirements would be built into your, even into your design, into the way you engineer it, with an eye toward ensuring that you will meet that performance standard for the coming years.
Okay. And would you agree that those 2L rules are also intended to maintain and preserve water quality?
I mean, the purpose of the 2L rules is to ensure that, I mean, they're established there for all the reasons that I think we've reviewed with respect to the 2L, the language within the rule. So.
Okay. Shifting gears a little bit, have you evaluated whether any groundwater impacts could have been avoided or mitigated if the company had ended its storage of coal ash in wet ponds earlier?
Well, I mean, I think the first thing to make sure you understand what you're talking about with respect to storage of, I think you said coal ash and impoundments earlier, what that means, what that takes. So these are all permitted for a number of waste streams, not just ash. And with respect to ash, not just dry ash, it includes bottom ash. So all of these are very big propositions that you're talking about. So if you do make that conversion, you have to find real estate for another retention basin to receive these wastewaters. There's a large volume of water. You have to convert to dry fly. You have to convert to dry bottom. You have to divert all the stormwater flows that, there are sheet flows still going in just as a result of the terrain. You have to find a way to divert that. You have to establish alternative wastewater treatment systems that don't exist and build those in to manage the additional wastewaters that are going in. And, I think you're familiar with low volume waste and other things of that nature. So once you build all that, then now you may be in a position to move toward no longer sluicing to the basin. And you may be able to move the basin toward closure. And as you do that, you then look at the groundwater, and whatever's there, even at closure, is still there. So now you still have, at that time, after you go through that action, you still have that groundwater impact. And you still have whatever actions needed at that time to remediate pursuant to the 2L standard, which is where we're at today.
The sooner you close, the fewer coal ash constituents will enter the groundwater, right?
Not necessarily. And I say that because, and this is, I think, a bit of discussion of, isn't this plume just growing? And I've indicated it's not. And I say that because we've done model after model. I mean, I have models submitted to the state, very sophisticated groundwater models. And if I could simplify it, if you were to look at the site, you look at a basin, you would see a plume, a yellow picture around the basin where we have impacts. And in some areas it exceeds, it's outside of the 500-foot compliance boundary, which is those are the areas we're moving toward corrective action. But that is if you model that 5 years, 10 years, no action, meaning we continue to operate, it looks the same. If you do it with closure in place, closure through excavation, this looks the same. It's when you move in and do that corrective action that not the exact same. It begins to reduce over time. Let's say 50 years out, you begin to, but not in a substantial way, right? Where you see the action is when you get in there and do corrective action on the groundwater itself. So depending on what the state of the impact is at that time, to restore all that at that time, which could have been the 80s, 90s, if that's what you're referring to, you would still be going in and doing that level of effort to remove that groundwater.
Okay,
Makes sense?
that's helpful, but, oh, sorry, please finish.
I'm just, I was asking if that was making sense or not.
It does make sense, but just to go back to my original question of whether anyone has evaluated that, I guess from your answer, I'm understanding you describing that evaluation maybe as difficult, but has anyone actually tried to conduct it?
Conduct specifically
Evaluating whether groundwater impacts, there were any that could have been avoided or mitigated if the company had switched to dry handling sooner.
Well, I think I think the model here is that you have a groundwater impact at or near the basin, and that's as it flows away from the basin, it's attenuated with the soil. So that was sort of what the premise of the understanding of the 80s was. And that's, we do see that that's still the case. There is attenuation going on, but you do see the plume where it is. We have much more well studied. What existed in the 90s specifically to that, we didn't have what I would consider to be the same level of monitoring that would present that picture to us. So what was it back then? I don't know. There were certainly impacts to at the basin early. It's just they weren't expanding or migrating. I mean, when I say early, I mean when we were looking in the 80s, that's what you saw, right? You saw, you guys, I think some of Hart and others have cited some wells there that were inside the basin that indicated there was groundwater impacts there. But the question is, was it migrating? I think you'd have to understand when that occurred, and in the end of the day, I don't believe I think your corrective action would have looked similar in different time frame, but you'd have been doing work to restore the groundwater had you gone in and done it. I don't believe there's it's worse, or it would have been worse or less work. It would have been better if we'd have moved earlier. I don't know that there's any evidence to support that. I just don't know. What we see today is, that impacted area is still at the basin. It still attenuates as it goes, but it is outside the compliance boundary and warrants corrective action.
Okay, let me ask a slightly different question. Have you analyzed whether an earlier shift to dry handling would have resulted in different closure costs today?
I've not looked at.
Has anyone at the company?
I don't know. I don't know the answer to that. Now, I would assume if you have to look at all that, you'd have to look at all the factors, right? Running dry fly, now you got to have landfills and you got operating costs over the time from that, in addition to just the capital shift to go to dry fly. I'm sure there are just many factors that, both capital and O&M up versus it would be part of that analysis, but and then anything that would suggest how that affects closure, I think would just be incredibly speculative, because the basins predated all of this, and I think I think your organization, for instance, has taken a very strong position that those basins where there's any groundwater potentially flowing in a way that it might be impacted, their only option is to excavate. So we could have converted to dry fly in all sites in the 80s, and that still would have, under what I understood the Sierra Club's position, still would have required the level of closure we're looking at today.
Okay, and an earlier switch to dry handling of bottom ash would mean fewer tons in the ponds today, would it not?
Remember the way that basins worked is ash was sluiced there, and then at times it was dredged out. So what's the total? At times things, I think, were dredged or moved or managed differently, but so I can't say across the board that's true.
Understood. And between the prior rate case and this one, the company was ordered to excavate all the ash from its ponds and has since agreed to excavate most of the ash. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. And the excavation costs can be measured in dollars per ton. Is that right?
I think there are a lot of factors that drive the cost, but I think there are some generalities around it, you know, like say cost per ton or cost per cubic foot with respect to excavation. I think that's right.
Okay. Thank you so much, Mr. Wells. Those are all my questions for you. And I just have a few for Ms. Williams.
I wonder if before you begin your questions, I just have a handful of small points I wanted to supplement with what Mr. Wells was saying on some of the questions you asked him. I mean, they go to the topics you were asking him. So,
I mean, you know what, if Duke Council would like to ask you those questions on redirect to clarify for him,
Chair,
I'm happy with the answers that Mr. Wells has given to my questions, and they were directed towards him.
Chair Mitchell, we typically allow when there are panels for the other panel member, if they have some information to provide it. Ms. Williams seems to have some information that will be responsive to the question. I just be asked that she be allowed to provide it, summarize it now.
All right, Ms. Williams, Mr. Wells, I would ask that if council asks the panel a question or asks a witness a question that you feel you're better suited to answer, or you have something of material value to add to your panelists, your co-panelists' response, please do so at the time the question is asked, just in the interest of facilitating understanding and a clear record. And again, making the most efficient use of our hearing time. Ms. Williams, I'll allow you to proceed and make the points that you need to make in response to the questions that Ms. Lee has asked, but I would ask that you do so, please, ma'am, in an efficient manner so that Ms. Lee can get to the remainder of her questions and we can move on with the hearing. Thank you.
I will. I apologize. I thought about trying to intervene, but the question flow was going so quickly, I thought it was better to let it finish. I just have a handful of things that I thought might be helpful. One, the trend towards dry fly ash that has been discussed here and was originally discussed in the EPRI manual was largely because EPA made a determination in 1982 that for new facilities, dry ash management was necessary for fly ash, not for bottom ash. So that was kind of what was driving that trend initially in the early years. And because it was limited to fly ash, even for new facilities that might have gone to dry fly ash handling, they would still have had to deal with wet bottom ash handling because the technology was not evolved at the same time. The second point I wanted to make is the switch to landfills, which would have gone with dry fly ash, would most likely in that time frame have gone to unlined landfills, because at that time there were not a lot of lined landfills being built and operated. And in fact, again, when EPA looked in 1986, only 12.5% of industrial landfills of any type were lined. So for the most part, they were unlined. And then the third point I was going to mention is that you had asked a number of questions about cost, Ms. Lee, in terms of the difference between lined and unlined units, both lined and unlined impoundments and lined and unlined landfills. And I was just going to point out that in the 1988 EPA report to Congress, as of that date, there's a fair amount of information provided with regard to cost information, cost per ton. And a lot of these are overlapping ranges. So you can't really say that the cost per ton is necessarily less expensive for an unlined unit or for a landfill versus a surface impoundment. So it's just exhibit 6.6 in that document. And it is a joint exhibit and it does provide a number of the costs. So that's all I wanted to supplement.
Thank you for that. Moving on, and these are sort of intro, but now that we've begun, apologize for the out of orderness of this, but Ms. Williams, you've never been employed by Duke Energy, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And for the last 30 years, you've been acting as a consultant primarily, correct?
Yes.
Could you please turn to your resume? And that is Exhibit 1 of Williams' rebuttal. Just let me know when you're there.
Okay.
Okay, I see you've included a list of proceedings in which you've offered expert testimony, correct? It starts on page 8 of the resume.
Yes.
Okay, and it's a pretty long list. It starts at page 8 and continues to page 12. And we certainly don't need to talk through each of these, but I did just want to ask you a very few questions about a couple. I'm looking at page 9 of the resume, and the fourth bullet from the bottom of the page identifies a 2003 Colorado case, Carol Antolovic versus Brown Group Retail. Do you see that?
I do.
Okay. This was a class action suit brought by homeowners who lived near a chemical storage facility and where toxic chemicals were found in plaintiff's groundwater, soil, and in the indoor air of their homes, correct?
It was a manufacturing facility. It wasn't I mean, I don't know what you mean by chemical storage facility, but it was a manufacturing facility.
Were they storing chemicals on site?
Yes, they used chemicals on site. I don't recall that there was any landfilling, but I think there was chemicals.
Okay,
on site.
sure. And on whose behalf did you offer testimony in that case?
I offered testimony on behalf of Brown Group Retail.
Okay, and that is the owner of the manufacturing facility or the owner of the property?
Yes.
Okay. Looking at the next page, this is page 10 of the exhibit. The fourth identifies a 2007 West Virginia case, Perrin versus DuPont. Do you see that one, Ms. Williams?
Yes.
This was also a class action, and it dealt with homeowners' exposure to hazardous substances released by DuPont from a zinc smelter in West Virginia. Does that sound about right?
That's my memory. Yes.
Okay.
At this point, I don't have there were a couple different related cases. I don't have a completely distinct memory of the details of those issues.
Okay. This case is probably close to 20 years more recent than your work at EPA, though, right?
Yes, I left EPA in 1988.
Okay. And on whose behalf did you offer testimony in the DuPont case?
My testimony was on behalf of DuPont.
Okay, thank you. And if we could turn to the next page, this is page 11 of the exhibit. I'm looking at the first bullet on that page, which identifies a 2010 Florida case, Nancy Schur versus Raytheon Company. Do you see that one?
Yes.
Okay, I believe this was another class action brought by homeowners in Florida against Raytheon for groundwater contamination emanating from that company's storage of hazardous wastes. Is that correct?
The case, as all these cases, in terms of what I'm asked to testify on, is the evolution of knowledge as to when certain practices were understood to be related to groundwater contamination and other standard of care or standard of practice issues.
Okay, but sorry, just for the clarity of the record, if you could answer my question, was this case about groundwater contamination emanating from Raytheon's storage of hazardous wastes?
Madam Chair, I'm going to object just to the relevance of this line across. It's late in the day.
Chair Mitchell, I am almost done, and I believe this is quite relevant. The company has offered Ms. Williams as an expert on environmental regulatory matters and has directly pointed to her consultant years.
All right, Ms. Lee, I'm going to overrule the objection. Proceed with your question so that the witness may answer it.
The issue involved with the Raytheon case was a contaminant called 1,4-dioxane, which was a new contaminant that hadn't been recognized until roughly in the time frame of this case, and that's what this case was dealing with. I would like to put on the record that I have worked for many entities on both sides of most issues, most of these kinds of issues, including environmental groups and homeowners. So I don't think you're welcome to obviously highlight the cases you want, but I have worked for the government of the United States, the government of Mexico, the government of Canada, and for plaintiffs in suits.
On this list of testimony, can you point to any plaintiff's work you did?
Well, I've done a lot of what's on here is plaintiff's work, but it's not plaintiff's work if you're talking about neighbors. But yes, the plaintiff's work that I've done on behalf of well, one was involving the Port of Houston against a bunch of chemical facilities, and ones that I've done for neighbors have generally settled before they've gotten to either deposition or trial.
I see. Okay, last one. I'm looking at the 6th bullet on the page we're looking at now, which identifies a New York case, Doris Beatty versus General Electric. Do you see that, Ms. Williams?
Yes.
Okay, I believe this is another toxic tort class action brought by homeowners, this time against GE for contamination emanating from waste disposal activities. Does that sound about right?
Yeah, the answer is it did involve that, but what as I recall, the issues were narrower than that in terms of at least what I was dealing with. And at this point, as I say, I can't give you a detailed discussion.
Fair enough. Companies like DuPont and Raytheon and GE wouldn't hire a consultant who might conclude that their actions resulted in contamination or environmental harm, or who disagreed with their perspective on regulatory requirements, would they?
My testimony.
Well, I'll let Ms. Williams answer, but that calls for speculation as to what DuPont would do and not do, and they're not here testifying.
That's fine. I'll withdraw the question. I have nothing further, Chair Mitchell. Thank you for your time, Ms. Williams and Mr. Wells.
All right. We had originally, we were originally scheduled to end at 4:30 today. We are close to 4:30. We have a ways to go before we are in a position to conclude the hearing. What I would like to do at this point is take a break for our court reporter. Let's take a 10-minute break. We will come back on the record. And I would like to take us until 5:30 today. That should give us plenty of time to finish up the remaining portions of this hearing. But again, let's go off the record now. We will go back on at 4:20. Joanne, you good to go? Okay, thank you. All right, let's go back on the record, please. Mr. Marzo, you're up on redirect.
Chair Mitchell, I have no redirect. I did want to let the chair know, and I know you mentioned a moment ago that you were extending the hearing, that we have talked to the witnesses and that they are here as long as the commission's pleasure is to question them.
Okay, thank you, sir. All right, we will move to questions by the commissioners, beginning with Commissioner Brownbland.
Good afternoon, and I think my questions will start and be directed towards Witness Wells.
Yes, ma'am.
So just for my curiosity, as I believe the first of these storage basins, I believe the evidence constructed the first one in 1956. And my question is so between 1956 and say 1975, was there ever, to your knowledge, in terms of what you've reviewed, was there ever discussions about whether there was any reason or value to dig up the unlined basins and handle CCRs in a different manner?
There was nothing that I've seen.
And then if you break that up and say between 1975 and 2000, was there ever any discussion amongst the folks at the company as to any value possibly digging up the storage ponds, impoundments?
I did not see anything specific to digging up. I do recall seeing documents that discussed, I mean, I'll give you an example. I recall in a discussion about conversion to dry fly at Marshall based on a commercial opportunity to recycle ash. So I've seen things that look like that, nothing that would have been as specific as an analysis to excavate a basin during that time period. And I did see, of course, post 2000, I saw planning documents that I think we've talked about in the case before. So I do recall seeing those as well.
And so prior to 2000, as far as you know, there was never, any real thought given to digging up a storage basin.
Well, I don't know. I don't know that there was a discussion about closure generally that I've seen and what that would entail and what those options would be. I don't know that there was discussions along those lines. There was the concept of taking a basin inactive, I believe, is more in line of what that discussion or thought process was. Inactive meaning no longer sluicing to it. And normally what that meant at that time was to allow it to dewater and revegetate and no further action until such time as closure. There was clarity around closure, which you start seeing in the 2000s. 2010, once we got into the modern days is when you start seeing some of that.
When was the first time that you know of that seriously considering digging up one of the basins or ponds came up?
Well, I think from the time that closure was beginning to get discussed in a way that there was real guidance and standards being established. So you're into the development of the CCR and into the modern days. I think that when that started, then the dialogue around, okay, what's that mean, closure? And in some instances, does it mean excavate? Does it mean cap in place? Does it mean? hybrid approaches. That's where all those, I think, different options started being looked at. I believe from inception of that discussion, there was a camp that viewed excavation as the preferred option. Meaning a camp, meaning there were folks that would have been their approach from the beginning of that dialogue.
All right, and then with regard to your direct testimony and the testimony you've given live today, is it your testimony and opinion that it would not have been reasonable for Duke to believe that the basins and ponds with CCRs in them would pose any health or environmental harm at any point?
I think I'm sorry, I had trouble following that. Would it have been, can you restate? I'm sorry.
In your opinion, are you saying that it would not have been reasonable for Duke to believe at any point that the basins and ponds would pose any health or environmental harm?
I think my opinion was focused on the data that was what the data was telling the Duke people with respect to decisions, and in the fact that the data was not indicating a risk to the public health based on what they were evaluating and the analysis that were done at that point. So I was saying it was reasonable in my mind that they would not be seeing that based on the data that was in front of them.
And was it reasonable that to believe that would it have not have been reasonable to believe that the basins or ponds would have leakages or seepage?
No, I think they did believe that the pond was permeating through the bottom of the basin and having a localized impact to the groundwater in or around the vicinity of the basin. I think but the point was that is an impact. I mean, that, by definition, you're impacting the groundwater, but that doesn't imply or doesn't mean harm. That doesn't mean risk to the public health in and of itself. It's meaning risk to the public health in terms of a drinking water receptor or to a surface water. And I think in the 80s, that's what they were evaluating. So I think it was reasonable. I think what I saw is they were concluding there was an impact. It was localized, but so it would have been, I guess to answer your question, it would have been reasonable. And I think they did reasonably conclude that there was some water from the basin that is permeating through the surrounding soils in the immediate vicinity. But but they also went on to understand, and what does that mean with respect to risk to public health or the environment? And I think that was the analysis that was ongoing.
As opposed, I guess, from your testimony to believing that that there was a potential for impact versus a likelihood of risk. And I guess that's why I'm asking, would sort of the inverse be true, that it would not have been reasonable for the company to believe? Are you saying the company would have been unreasonable in any belief that, or any camp that might have believed that the ponds would have caused harm or would have leaked? Is that what you mean by?
Well, I think that was more indicating what ended up being, I mean, what was evident from what the thinking was of the company at the time based on those studies and finding those reasonable. I didn't see an alternative opinion. And my view on that is, I believe there would have been, some good analysis of the data and ultimately a decision going forward after that full analysis. And so and again, I've already indicated, you kind of view that holistically. There are a lot of factors that come into play. So by my indication, that's the analysis that I did, and I thought that was reasonable.
So even as far back as 1996, having groundwater samples in hand that show the presence of CCRs related to contamination, and possible seepages in Allen, Goose Creek, Dan River, Marshall, and Lee. Even having that made the potential that you talk about in your testimony significant enough that the company put its insurer on notice of potential environmental claims. You agree with that?
They did, and Commissioner, I understand again. They were citing to those impacts that I'm talking about, impacts at the basin, and then the next question is it creating a regulatory issue with respect to a potential for migration beyond the basin that could ultimately lead to a cleanup or a corrective action obligation. And so I did read that as providing the insurers on notice that we have this and there is some potential and we don't know, and they need to file something because they're settling a case or moving a case, a different case, different set of facts. But absent mentioning this now, which there is this potential, there's a potential, then you could forego your rights, right? So there has to be some reservation of rights. So let's make sure we bring that in as we bring this claim. Otherwise, we may be construed as waiving it. But I didn't see that they had evidence in front of them suggesting there was anything different from what they were already seeing, which was that localized impact, but not suggesting that this is something that's migrating or creating a risk to public health.
And when you say impact or potential for impact, it seems to me that the testimony was driving at, maybe I was reading this wrong, but it was driving at that potential for impact was insignificant.
No, I just wanted to be clear what terms, can mean a lot of things, and, impacts, imagine anything from the basin that reaches groundwater is an impact. I mean, it could be directly beneath the basin. And then before that impacted area migrates any further, where it would present a risk, say, to a surface water 1,000 feet away or a drinking water well in the event that were in the path. If it attenuates, then while there was an impact, that impact does not appear to be presenting a risk. So wouldn't downplay the impact, but I would be, what I am referring to as impact doesn't mean either one, harm or risk to the public health in terms of receptors or surface water bodies or the ecosystem as a whole, or two, a regulatory risk. And so in this instance, the fact that you may have impact beneath the basin, if you have a compliance boundary, your regulatory compliance is 500 feet out. So it's not insignificant, but it's a consideration, and then that leads to additional considerations as to what that additional risk looks like and whether there's additional action warranted based on what you're seeing.
All right. Would you agree or disagree that the General Assembly required the company to excavate and move the CCRs from Dan River and River Bend into lined basins based on a potential for impact resulting from having the CCRs in the unlined basins?
I don't know the specific basis. Dan River, and I agree, River Bend and Dan River were considered sites that had to be excavated and placed in a line, what I would refer to as a modern Subtitle D type landfill requirements with liners. So there was a requirement to dig and replace. Now, the basis for that, I don't know. I do know they were located near water bodies, and I do recall at the time some consideration of concepts of being near a water body presents a risk, similar to Dan River was near the water body and resulted in a release. Anything that's if we're near the water body, that's a risk in and of itself. In the event, for instance, a dam were to fail or something that effect.
But I'm trying to explore what it is you mean for us to get out of your language there about a potential impact versus a likelihood of a significant harm. Seems that if it's a potential, you somehow think that should curb what the company might do to rectify the situation?
No, I think that if there's a potential, then that is what the company would evaluate to understand whether they're realizing that risk. And what I was referring to with the potential and the significance of that is I've read the historical documents, the 70s documents, and this is, Argonne, Los Alamos, others in that era. They speak to these concepts of at a national level, wastewater treatment units like these are presenting a risk. There is some potential for groundwater impacts. And then the company says, okay, we have a potential. I think the companies recognize that. And that's why they initiated the analysis in 78 of Allen. And I think that's why they initiated the work with AD Little, why they cooperated with the work with AD Little. That was an EPA study, but and I think that's why they did the leachate studies at all the sites. I think they were beginning to say, let's understand if this potential is real at our sites, because the guidance is this could be a potential for your site and you should consider it, so that to me is what I was referring to as potential. And then the next steps were what the company did in the 80s based on that. And then they realized, I think the data there was indicating that there is an impact at the groundwater. So there's potential. So we did the study. We found localized in the vicinity of the basin, the impact is showing. They asked, is it migrating? So I think the next step is, remember, you've got North Carolina today, and it's built around this concept that you've got a basin and a compliance boundary. So there's an anticipated and authorized impact in this area. So now you go back to this analysis in the 80s, it's indicating there's an impact, but it's in the localized area. So they're asking, is it migrating? And that was the conclusion, which is saying you've got it here, but there's no indication of migration. And we believe that's not migrating because of this attenuation. And they go into a lot of discussion about how things are attenuating before they go, and then predicting, future migration in the coming decades. Draw some conclusions with respect to arsenic. So that was where I was referring to is, potential analyzed to understand, and then finding yes impact. Now, what does this mean in terms of potential harm? Harm meaning impacts to their surface water, to receptors, and then that regulatory risk, irrespective of that, the compliance obligation and the compliance boundary. So that evaluation would support that was not, those points weren't at risk. And then subsequently, it was similar concept, similar, I think, analysis following that type of logic.
Would you think, based on your knowledge, that DEQ's order of excavation at Allen, I think Ballew's, Cliffside, and Marshall, that they would have ordered that based on a likelihood of a significant risk, or do you think it was merely on the potential for impact that you discussed?
I think the order is, I think it was largely based on the idea that they viewed it as more protective than a cap. There were just a lot of, I think, comments from the public and at probably at the regulatory level, discussion around a solution that was more protective than a cap. And ultimately, they believed excavation was that solution.
More protective based on
I think it's any
act or based on a likelihood of risk.
Right. I think you just have to look at what was there. The groundwater data was in front of them at that time, exactly what we have. And you recognize what we have there is impacted area at the basin, and in some areas exceeding at the compliance boundary. The plume is outside the compliance boundary, which means that activity is violating the 2L standards at that point. And they're evaluating that. Now, with respect to modeling of that plume, it's not indicating that it's creating a public health risk. It's not indicating it's hitting surface waters or that it's in a way that is impactful, meaning having an impact on the ecosystem or water quality standards. Nevertheless, it's there. From a regulatory standpoint, there's an action required. So I think they're evaluating that they have the groundwater, so they know. And at the same time, they've also, at this point, the other question would be, well, is there a receptor at risk? That would be a big deal if we thought there was potential that impact could begin to affect a receptor in terms of a drinking water well. And the data again indicated to them that that's not existing. But I think ultimately they're looking at this and saying, look, this is an old basin. It does have these impacted areas. It is ash. There is a river nearby. It is a dam. So risk isn't zero, regardless of what you do here. So they chose to go the more protective path, given all those risks. And I mean, that's my view of the decision point.
But on the risk scale, I take it in terms of your rebuttal of some of the other witnesses, Jonas, Quarles, Hart, on the risk scale, I read the testimony and the use of the potential for impact to suggest that wasn't enough to have the company to act on. Is that what you're trying? Is that your testimony?
No. I think the potential required acting to understand that potential and determine if it was in fact an issue. Now, but then you have to do the look back to understand, well, what's that mean in that era? So the way I might look at it today is different, say in 2020, with this CCR rule, et cetera, I may look at that and public understanding of groundwater and what all that means certainly would be different. But if you were to evaluate in the 1980s, if you could do that, then you put yourself in those shoes and they say there's a potential, then what action's warranted? And that's where I see that very proactive voluntary action that Alan is telling, in the sense that they're evaluating that potential. And then they're drawing conclusions based on very scientific data and real data, not just speculation, and using that to drive decisions. So I saw that as reasonable understanding of trying to evaluate the potential and then finding some impact, but then trying to determine, now, what does that mean with respect to our risk and an obligation from either a regulatory perspective or a risk to the public health, which would be something we would want to act on very quickly. So I think I was saying potential can drive action, and I think they did here, and the action as I saw it was very appropriate for where they landed.
So you mentioned the Little report, and as I understand it, Allen was used, and the studies from Allen were used as part of the Little report.
That's correct.
Do you know why Allen the chosen location to assist with that report? Was that by Duke's choice, or that the folks who were in charge of the study, did they request Allen? How did that come to be Allen?
I don't know the specifics. I know, on the face of the document, it indicates Allen was the chosen site because they felt that it was reflective of a common wastewater treatment unit in terms of what was in there and how it was managed, what the waste streams were, and the fact that it was located in the Piedmont region. So they felt it was representative of a lot of the basins in the Southeast along this. There were a lot of basins in the Southeast and a lot of them in the Piedmont region. So I think from the EPA contract perspective, they thought it was a really good site to bring a lot of information that would then be useful for broader analysis or conclusions based on what they were seeing. So I think it fit well with a representative site for them, for a good portion of industry. And then I think two, what I've typically seen with some of these studies is that there's Duke involvement in the sense that, Duke volunteers and works with the study in order to provide access and data and do what's necessary to support the study. So on that, it would indicate to me, it wasn't like an EPA unilateral authority come in, I'm going to begin sampling and do this study. It would have been more common where Duke may have been approached and it would have been a, yes, let's do this. And at that point, we were already doing some internal groundwater studying, and I understand all that was shared with the AD Little team as you look at the reports. So I think it's, you know, my sense from all that was it would have been a very cooperative, you know, collaborative work. And then if you read the AD Little report, there is on the front few pages, there's acknowledgments to a lot of different people for their participation and you know, what that would bring. And Duke is in that list.
So in your answer, when you say they, you're referring to the EPA, as if you think the EPA selected the site? Or are you saying it was a cooperation between the company and EPA to kind of find the one and they agreed on Allen, or?
I think I could add a little bit of perhaps perspective on this. EPA at the time was looking for a small number of sites that represented different situations across the country. So they wanted some that were unlined, you know, and perhaps some that were lined. They were looking for a variety of case summaries. And I think if I recall, I think we worked with EPRI to get a list initially. And I think if you look in the report, there actually is a discussion of a much larger set of sites that were originally looked at. And then they screened the sites to try and find sites that looked like they would be representative of these different situations and conditions. So I think that's how Allen ultimately got chosen. It was ultimately AD Little and EPA that made the decision on the sites.
All right, thank you for that. Do we know why? I mean, I was just trying to think through it. Why Allen as opposed to, say, Riverbend or another location? Do we know? We have any insight?
The only thing that I can add on that, and I'm not, I believe this is correct, but is that because the site already had done monitoring before this study started, that was a positive. And I think the other thing is they were interested in the fact that there was a variety, there were several ash ponds, and so different ages of ash ponds that were at that facility are some of the things that come to mind.
All right, thank you. Mr. Wales, do you, in your opinion, the company had a reasonable belief, you know, throughout the 90s, throughout the decade of the 2000s and on up to 2015, that its method of CCR storage, treatment, and handling using the unlined facilities was going to be or would remain a permanent solution and a permanent resting place for the CCRs?
I think they were reasonable in the operation. I mean, based on my review and based on the data that was in front of them and in the context of what the regulatory construct as well as industry standard were at the time, I do believe that they were reasonable in their operations of the basins during that period. With respect to sort of forever, I think as you get into the 2000s and later, you are beginning to talk about closure. And certainly as you get closer to, say, 2010 and beyond, now there's a lot of real discussion going on about what is closure and what is the guidance and how do you do this? You know, because these, I mean, they were just unique. They didn't have any regulatory guidance or a regulatory requirement for closure. But yes, I think they were reasonable to operate up to that point, not to say we'll run them forever, but to that point. You know, and a lot of times,
what's that point? Did you mean? What's that point where you may not, when a company may have come to realize these weren't going to be a permanent solution? These basins.
Right. I think you're beginning to see in the 2000 and beyond a discussion of if we need additional ash management, what is the real estate needs for that? And at that point, you know, we hadn't built a basin since '82. There was they would not, based on the records I'm seeing, nobody's saying we're going to go build another basin. I think the discussions at that point are, if we need more ash management space, we need real estate, and we need, we'll follow what we think is going to be the future requirement, which is closer to lined operations. So, they're mindful of that, and so I think that's what you're seeing, and I think it was reasonable up to that point. But now they also realize, when you say what is up to that point, there's a lifetime to the pond. I mean, there is a capacity of the pond that will at a point drive it to closure. Question is, what's going to be closure?
Well, when you say future, I take it you in real estate needs, you're talking about subsequent deposits of the ash. But with regard to the ash that had already been placed in the unlined basins, at what point was there a thought that those might not remain the last place for that ash?
Well, as I can tell it, I think it's when you start seeing that dialogue around closure.
When is that?
I think you're starting to see that discussion, as I can tell, in the 2010 and later time frame, and it's ramping up even more with time. That's when the company was working with DEQ to ask, what do we do for closure? How do you define closure? What does this mean? And there was I understand the state was working on some guidance on closure. I understand the company was working with a draft closure plan at that time, which they thought might be a less complex one of the easier ones, to see if that could start to refine what the key points are that would answer those questions. What is closure? And it was recognized even then that was likely to be a very significant challenge. For instance, if we were pursuing a cap, which is where we're starting to have this discussion, I think after 2010, it was a concept of a cap in place was being pursued, or hybrid type closures where you would move some of the ash and small footprint and cap it. It was anticipated that was going to be challenged, and the guidance as it was developed was going to be a significant challenge. So that's what I'm seeing in that 2011, 2012 timeframe, 2013. A lot of starting to mature the thinking there, beginning to work toward what is closure, what's the long-term closure of these, working with the agency to get a sense of that, having an eye on the CCR rule and its developments on, you've already got a draft, we anticipate a final very soon, and also recognizing that all of this is very much a contentious issue with respect to the environmental community, and a hard drive for them with respect to what they believed was the appropriate closure technique. So
the company, as part of the industry, was involved in efforts with the EPA. I mean, when there's been testimony about the evolving nature of the science and so forth, but also the law was evolving, and very interests were seeking to define the CCRs as hazardous or not, or other parts of that broader discussion. The company was involved in those discussions at the federal, legislative, and regulatory levels, was it not?
We were, I don't know the specific involvement. You mean with respect to development of the regulations?
Yes, and have an influence on how those might come out or what those might look like.
One thing I could add on this that might be helpful, EPA between the proposed rule, when EPA asked for comments from all interested parties, there were like 500,000 entities that commented. So EPA received a huge number of comments. I mean, I believe that Duke did submit comments, but it's one of the largest groups of comments that I think the agency has received on any of its rules that it was trying to, sort through and deal with between 2010, when it had published 3 very different approaches to how EPA might finalize the rule, both in terms of whether it was hazardous or not, but what kind of closure requirements would be put into place federally and what kind of, whether or not excavation would be needed. So EPA was trying to deal with all of that to try and come to a conclusion, which it finally did, of course, in early 2015.
Right. And I do believe, Commissioner, I believe my recollection is Duke did submit comments to the draft rule, and that is how we would have engaged with respect to, the rule making. And also we were members of industry groups that would have also had some comment and likely some dialogue with EPA on some of their issues, as well as I know other industry groups would have done the same, but I believe that would have been the Duke involvement in that.
Excuse me, I think we lost Commissioner Brown-Bland.
All right, let's give her a few seconds here. She's had intermittent.
I'm back.
She's back. All right.
All right, and I could hear Mr. Wells. I could hear you talking, but I couldn't hear your answer. So if you can remember, could you clue me in?
I'll do my best. I think I was largely just following up on Ms. Williams that I do believe Duke submitted comments to that rule, and I don't specifically recall that, but I believe we did, and that would have been, I believe, how we would have interacted with EPA in one manner on that. Also, we would have been involved with utility groups that would have had interaction with the EPA and with respect to the position of various utilities on the group with respect to the rule, as did, I'm sure, other trade groups did the same in terms of their interaction. Yes.
So I think those efforts are consistent with your earlier testimony that around the 2011 timeframe, possibly 2010, but during that time frame, the company began to at least think about previously deposited ash might have to be moved. Is that in the back of?
I think they're thinking around that time that closure guidance is beginning to, we're starting to refine the thinking as to what is the closure on these basins. And we're beginning to see regulatory clarity on that, both at the state and potentially the federal level through this rule. Now, what that means with respect to what is closure, if that meant this ash is going to be here for the long term, or does it mean it is there, but we put a permanent cap on it, a liner over top and a cap, longer term groundwater monitoring, consolidate to a smaller footprint, various options of what that may end up looking like. But definitely, I believe that is the time frame where some of that was starting to get refined, and you see even more of that in the 13, 14 time frame.
Was the company expecting change, or were you really expecting things to remain the same?
Well, in my mind, it's highly speculative at that point. It's so wide. I mean, I would just give you an example. For instance, that when I know we've talked about the concept of hazardous waste, subtitle C. If the rule landed on subtitle C, it is just unbelievable how big that impact is for something to be managed, to be considered a hazardous waste, because it kicks in, these concepts of what they call treatment storage disposal facility requirements under RCRA, which is very big. So the impact would have just been unbelievable. Compare that to other options that are being proposed, which one was subtitle D, which is almost like standard solid waste, non-hazardous. And then another one was subtitle D prime, and I can't remember which one played, but one was basically do nothing. We continue to operate, and if you do close, it may end up being potentially what we've done in the past, which is de-water, inactivate the pond, de-water, and naturally vegetate, potentially a cover, You know, it's just hard. The range at that point was just so wide and speculative. But we were trying to get it to a point that it was landing on something that provided that certainty and clarity and coverage from the regulatory standpoint, so that if we did get agreement with the state, for instance, on what is a closure and a closure plan, if we got that approved, now you've got the certainty that and the confidence to move forward to actually do it and not have to go back and redo something and spend twice the money or find that you didn't meet, you know, various nuanced requirements within what the rule ended up being.
Were steps taken in the interim, you know, internally to be ready for a change?
And internally, there was, I mean, I think there was a lot of discussion about all the regs and part of the planning process. And I think you see it in some of the planning documents that have been part of the case. If you, you know, the 10-year planning, and those, even over time, I think we had various topics with respect to some of the coal ash discussion out of the, I think it was the EHS coal management concept. All of those reflect that, you know, that the company's keeping an eye on this incredible uncertainty that can go a lot of different ways, and is watching and trying to work with it and refining its planning with an eye toward where we believe it looked like things were going to land. That's what it looked like to me. That was, when you say, are they getting ready? It seemed like that's exactly what they were doing. They had planning going on and had an eye on this uncertainty that was, you know, with time was starting to, you're getting some sense or some feel of how this is starting to refine into what will ultimately be the requirements. I think that's what they're trying to do.
And going back to your earlier testimony, in your opinion that we were looking at a potential for is a likelihood of a significant risk, did you think it was a wise decision for DEC to settle with DEQ to excavate at Allen, Belews Creek, Cliffside, and Marshall?
In the final settlement of just recently you're referring to?
Yes. Are we still talking about, is it still your opinion that it was still, even at that point, just a potential for impact?
It's not my opinion that there was a potential for impact there, no. I mean, at that point, we're in 2020, 2019, in 2018, the time period that all this was occurring. We have a lot of groundwater monitoring. I mean, you've seen the number of wells we've done. We're into assessment under CAMA. We're developing corrective action plans. There are a lot of wells. We have a very clear picture of what's going on. So we understand the impact there. Now, I think what you may have been also, maybe you're also referring to the potential for, is this creating a risk to the public health in terms of, is it impacting a well or surface water? And our models say that it's not. So is it still wise for us, or, you know, did I think it was appropriate for us to go forward and settle? The answer to that's yes. I do think it was very reasonable. And I say this because the ultimate decision on this is with the regulator. You know, it's just the way it is. They drive what they believe is necessary and adequately protective based on their review. And they have incredible, you know, wide discretion to exercise that. That's their duty. And we did present a lot of technical cases of our position that we believe was adequately protected. We've made an incredible record on that. They evaluated, in fairness, they have a lot of very highly qualified people, as do we. And in the end, they felt it was more protective for the state to move this direction based on public comments, public hearings, and everything else. So they did their duty and they did what they needed to do. We still have, you know, technical arguments that would support what we believe. But in the end, it's their authority. And they've decided what is appropriate for the state. And at this point, that's the cost for it. That's the cost for us to do business in the state and continue to be a utility. So that, in my mind, it was also important to maintain this relationship with the state. So, I mean, that was also a huge part for me, is we have a very strong relationship with the state. Strong in the sense of we are we communicate, we exchange technical, we have good, strong discussions on technical debates, we find ways to resolve them, and we keep things moving forward in a positive way. And I wanted to keep that pattern now and in the future.
I agree with that. We need to keep things moving forward and working together. You would think that the General Assembly's requirement that the company provide the residents within a half-mile of the CCR base connections to municipal or county water systems or water treatment systems, you would think that was based on a real significant risk?
Well, again, the risk wasn't present in the well data. So, I mean, here at that point now, we've got we had done receptor surveys to understand all the wells within a half-mile of any facility, all private wells. And we've sampled all those wells, and none of those wells are indicating an impact from the basin. So the data is there. But, and I think we've talked a little bit about this. It's almost, it's almost more challenging at times to have what we have here, which is secondary, naturally occurring standards, as opposed to, say, a dry cleaner that has I think a perchloroethylene type substance that's hit groundwater. If you sample it and you find that, there's a very clear source. On the other hand, if you find what's naturally occurring compounds or elements or constituents, you begin to talk about, well, who did this? And if it's iron and manganese in a secondary standard, then you begin to, you're starting to really, you got to make sure you do a good analysis, or you end up creating issues that aren't there. For instance, cleaning up, what is a naturally occurring standard would be inappropriate if it's truly naturally occurring at the ratepayer expense. With respect to the offsite wells, once you make that move to sample wells and you're looking for constituents that are naturally occurring, and they commonly fall high above the published 2L standard, you also are getting ready to concern neighbors, because no matter, a lot of people know they live near the basin, and then they get a hit, vanadium, and then they find out it's above standard, and they understand vanadium is a constituent of ash, but it's also naturally occurring. That you're creating concern with those neighbors. Now, ultimately, all of that, wasn't just analyzed. I used the vanadium standard. You can see a Duke University study that did a full analysis of all the wells for vanadium and determined it wasn't associated with the basins. So their science supports that there's nothing there, but it doesn't matter. You've already concerned the neighbors. And in fact, in this case, DHHS, the Department of Human Health and Services, sent letters for where those standards were exceeded, irrespective of naturally occurring, because they're thinking about health, not whether this was from the basin. They sent letters that said, do not drink, your well's not safe. So now you have these well owners upset, naturally concerned. And then subsequently they issue a letter that says, no, you're okay. They rescind the do not drink. So there's a lot of confusion at the neighbors level. And I saw the General Assembly's move as an opportunity to bring some peace to those neighbors, build some confidence back with the neighbors, and take away any concerns that they have with respect to what their well is.
But aren't you describing, so they were dealing with something more?
Commissioner Brown-Bland, we've lost connection to you. Let's give her a few seconds to come back. All right, well, it appears that we have lost Commissioner Brown Bland. So I would ask that all right, Commissioner Gray, do you have any questions for the witnesses?
I do not have any questions for these two witnesses.
I'm coming back.
Okay,
I'm back.
here's Commissioner Brown Bland. All right, please proceed.
So, Mr. Wells, I was just asking you would agree that they were dealing with more than a potential for impact in the water connection requirements?
Well, I think my point was that we had verified there was no impact there with respect to impact to the off-site neighbors. I think at that point, my view of it was they were dealing with the neighbors' concerns with what the results were telling them in the do not drink letters from DHHS that were based on the naturally occurring constituents in their wells being above the 2L standards for various parameters.
All right. Earlier, we had some discussions about the regulator approach, and we talked about perhaps the DEQ had a soft approach, not really punitive, but wanting to get correction done and working with the parties to get the right. So whether DEQ had a strict enforcement approach or not, or perhaps based on a recognition that DEQ's approach was a little softer, wasn't it the company's decision in not taking actions to eliminate seeps? Wasn't that really a business decision to accept the risk of harm that might result from any continuing seeps?
With respect to okay, I understand the question. So, right, I think this is a reflection of that evolution of, again, an understanding of the seeps, and then EPA began to say these may be subject to the Clean Water Act. It wasn't clear that it was. We did begin to look to the DEQ to assist with understanding that. And I understand your question is, well, if DEQ is okay, should you have taken additional action? Well, that did occur. It took time before we got there, but it did occur. And again, there's not an indication that these seeps are presenting a risk to the surface waters. Remember, the surface waters are being sampled continuously, and upstream, downstream for all water quality, and as well as the fishery studies and everything else that's going on. So it's not like, for instance, a public health risk. The question is whether these are a regulatory risk. Again, we got to make sure we aren't creating a regulatory compliance risk. So that's where we were trying to get the permitting coverage. In some instances where we could, in that interim period, we did we took actions while we were seeking that regulatory coverage to find ways to collect or contain seeps. And in most instances, it was pumping systems that we would try to send in. We would create, we built infrastructure to collect and try to send it back to the basin until we got the regulatory clarity on how we wanted to manage these going forward. So those were built in various facilities where it was appropriate. It is a significant effort, and so those did take some time.
All right, and we kind of this before, but just to be clear, in your opinion, and based on your knowledge and professional judgment, can you give us a date when it was reasonably known to the company that it would be wise or prudent to dispose of CCRs by means other than unlined basins?
Well, with respect to thinking going forward, I think moving once we have a federal rule that's beginning to set specific requirements around the management of the basins, and CAMA is established to provide similar guidance, and we also are understanding where we're at on our groundwater monitoring and the application of corrective action to those. With all of that is a point where you're shifting toward closure and an investment of other infrastructure to manage this, and very significant investment, obviously, to manage. So in my mind, we're there now in terms of support of the necessary investment to manage the ash in the manner that we are. So that all occurred with the development of CAMA and CCR, definitely.
So to understand that to mean that not until the CCR rule was final did you have the idea that it would have been prudent to dispose of CCRs in a way other than unlined basins? Are you saying it took up until 2015?
Right. So I think what I'm saying, first of all, for new operations, that's different, right? I mean, we didn't build basins from the early 80s. Question is whether you continue to operate what you have. And through all those years, we're doing all that monitoring, all those things. There aren't any red flags that are indicating there is something here that is sufficient to justify or to take you that direction. You watch, though, the evolution of the 80s, 90s, 2000s, 2010. That's where I think you're starting to see it. Now, if you even look at the CCR rule, for instance, which is one, federal EPA, but also it's based in large part on the industry as a whole. It's still supporting continued operation of basins where they meet certain criteria. So there's still even a concept there that was viewing continued operations. Now, our sites, what we're seeing are groundwater impacts, and all that's developing here. We're really working with the agency in the 2010-11 timeframe and understanding that groundwater impact and what might be needed in terms of corrective action. But the corrective action at that point could still be just an M&A, meaning a monitored nitro attenuation. There's still so many options as to what that means. But certainly, once you get into CAMA and CCR space, now you're seeing, here's the clarity of exactly what is the proper management of ash basins going forward. Sorry, go ahead.
When we got into CAMA after the Dan River spill, I think, are we saying that it's at the point where we have some action like that? Does it take that? Is that a missing element for the company that the company needed in order to be able to think we need to do something different?
No, I mean, I think it would have been dependent on the facts. What I'm referring to is those facts weren't present. So facts that would have presented a risk to public health without question would have been a point that would have, likely that would have been a site-specific driver, but that would have been a strong basis not to continue to operate that basin at that site. If we were seeing something more widespread in terms of a risk, it may make it even more universal or more broad determination. What I'm saying is that didn't exist. I mean, now at Ballew's, 85 or early 80s, there was a shift, and that shift was based on seeing some impacts to surface water. So what I was...
I'll stop you right there because that's my next question. So you can incorporate it as you continue to explain. But what were the facts that were known to the company that led to the company to decide in 1985 to convert to ash handling at Ballew's Creek?
So there again, as I indicated earlier, surface waters would have been studied. They would have been sampled, and for water quality, meaning there are concentrations of parameters in surface water bodies that are called the water quality standards. And you look, if you're discharging into there, you monitor that water body, or we monitored that water body to ensure we weren't seeing anything approaching the water quality standards or having an impact in a way that could potentially exceed a water quality standard. So that's one standard we would have looked at as an indicator for a possible action. This probably warrants some action if we're starting to see an impact to surface water. The other thing we did as surface waters is we did fishery studies, to understand the reproduction of the capabilities of the fishery, maintaining a thriving fishery. So we would have taken various year samples of fish and determined, there's a scientific approach that's beyond my abilities, but in essence, studying the fishery to make sure it's healthy. And at Ballew's, we began to see an impact there of selenium. And it wasn't from groundwater. It was from, remember, I referred to this pipe that comes out of the basin that goes straight to, and there it went straight to Ballew's Lake. And one of the concerns with a lake versus a river is it does, it's a very closed system. And the selenium that we were discharging, we would then suck it back in and then discharge it again. And ultimately, you're kind of cycling up a selenium in that lake. We started seeing that. And we started detecting it and some impacts to the fishery as well in terms of reproductive capability. And it's when that was discovered, then the company took action to remove that discharge to Ballew's Lake, move to some dry fly, and find another way to manage its ash in a way that was less impactful.
But there was no legal requirement at that time to convert to dry ash. That's just the way the company decided to handle.
They did based on that risk that they were seeing. And I think that was as opposed to we weren't seeing elsewhere. We didn't see that with respect to groundwater or surface water or fisheries.
And did the commission allow recovery of the cost associated with the conversion?
I don't know. I don't know that the commission didn't. And I think it would have been I think based on recognizing that risk, based on our operation, that to me was a very reasonable step for the company to take.
You would imagine that the company just came to the commission and made its case for recovery? Or tried to make its case?
I think so. I don't know the 80s well or kind of rate cases generally.
All right. Were there studies, reports, or cost-benefit analysis performed by the company other than the 1985 study, which was called the coal ash disposal and water quality study? Were there other studies prior to the decision to convert to dry ash there at Ballew's?
The only other thing I remember, I thought I did see something in the record that referred to they were weighing various cost options. In other words, there were other ways that they could manage the selenium issue potentially versus dry fly, and they were looking at those options. Regardless, they were looking to address the environmental issue that they were seeing, and they had options to do it. And one, I know they moved the outfall out of the lake and moved it into the Dan River, which added some value. But also, I think there was a market at the time for some ash that was a factor that also supported a dry fly approach as opposed to, say, a treatment system at the additional treatment at the discharge. I remember that seeing a document that is weighing all of that and ultimately landed on the dry fly.
So there.
That may be the document you're referring to. I'm not sure.
So do you know if there were other documents, or that's?
I was saying the document I'm referring to may be the one you're referring to, but those were the factors I saw it considering. There was a potential ash market. They had moved the outfall to Dan River. They were also evaluating other wastewater treatment, and they were weighing those options. And I think that may be the same document referring to, but if so, that's the only one I'm aware of.
Would you have access to or be able to look back if you had a little bit of time to see if there were other studies or benefit analysis during this time period that informed the decision to convert to dry ash?
Yes, ma'am.
And then similar set of questions with respect to Marshall. What were the facts that led to that conversion, and were there studies and reports that helped inform that decision?
Yes.
So.
You're asking if I'm aware of them. I'm sorry.
And what were the facts? Yes.
I believe witness Bednarsik had some of this information. I wasn't as well versed on some of that. I will tell you, I understood the Marshall was. I mean, there was a market available, and I'm kind of hesitant to. My details are a little I don't have full confidence in what I think are the facts there. I have a high degree of confidence what I think it was. I think it was a market-driven opportunity, but
Well, so let me do this. I would ask you to take a look and see if you find that there were other studies, reports, or cost benefit analysis that the company or those working on behalf of the company performed or had that helped to inform the decision about converting to dry ash handling at Ballew's and Marshall. And I will follow that also with the request for late file exhibit, same type of information with respect to whether there were similar studies, analyses, etc., done on the prospect of converting any of the coal-fired plants to a dry ash handling process. Let me see. And again, do you have any knowledge that that the company was ever denied any of its costs for disposing of CCRs?
I do not have, I would not have looked at that, and I have no knowledge of it.
All right. And earlier, when you were talking with the public staff, and we were talking about seeps, and you were talking about some of the voluntary actions that the company had taken. In 2014, was there, what were the reasons that the company sought to have seeps permitted in the NIPD's permit?
I think the biggest reason was regulatory clarity on this issue. I mean, I think there was an open question, are these subject to the Clean Water Act? And if so, do they require permitting? And that began with the 2010 Hanlon memo out of EPA to the states to evaluate that issue. And then when we had gone to the state, you know, it was again, it wasn't a priority for them because they didn't see that as for all the reasons that were in my testimony. So in 2014, you know, at that point, we still have, I mean, to the extent the state says we don't want to permit it, we wanted clarity that either it required permitting, in which case we would permit, or take additional steps, you know, make the investment for additional steps, or get consideration, understand that it does not require permitting, make a regulatory determination one way or the other. And we had that very broad set of, you know, areas of wetness that didn't have that clarity. And we needed that, you know, in order to ensure compliance. You know, this is all hallmarks of a strong environmental compliance program, which is what we were driving to.
But before you went to DEQ seeking to get the seeps permitted, was the company aware that that there were citizen suits in the offing, or had they been filed or threatened in federal court?
I believe they would have been. I think timing wise, yes. I think they did precede that effort.
And would that have had some impact on the reason you might have gone to DEQ at that time?
I think it certainly would have been part of the consideration. And again, the concept being this is an area that we don't have clarity as to what the regulatory requirements are. And there's exposure here that we want to get resolved, and either want to do that through a permit or through a regulatory determination. And then we can rely, once we have that, we can rely on that to drive additional investments if needed or other steps.
Now, with regard to the acronym is SOC, but that consent, the special order consent,
Yes.
in order to get that, didn't the company have to admit that it polluted the waters of the state through the seeps from its coal ash impoundments and pay a penalty?
Right. I had some discussion on this earlier. I think part of the authority for the state to enter into that SOC was that there be a discussion about the pollutants to water the state. They needed, there has to be, I think a number of things can trigger it in order to establish the authority of the state, but one of those was that. So if you imagine that, though, the waters of the state are different than the waters of the U.S. And the Clean Water Act and permitting is tied to the waters of the U.S. and discharge to these navigable waters. When they say there's pollutants to a water of the state, waters of the state are nearly anything. You know, that's a different, much broader definition. I mean, not everything. It's like everything else, it has some interpretations, but any molecule of anything that might be an ash constituent that might reach an area that the state deems a water of the state satisfies that. So in terms of an admission, that is, it may be that it's sitting stationary and not affecting anything with respect to navigable water or waters of the U.S., but nevertheless, it could still meet that definition. And the state needed that in order to have the authority to enter into the agreement. So we agreed to it.
All right, and then Ms. Williams.
All right, Commissioner Brown Bland, I'm going to stop you right there, please, ma'am. We've come to the end of our day today. I was overly optimistic that
I'm not too far from done. I hear you.
I was overly optimistic that we'd cross the finish line, and we've got to come back tomorrow regardless for the remaining commissioners and questions on commissioners' questions. So we will come back tomorrow morning at 9:30. And we will cross the finish line tomorrow. All right. Thank you, everybody, for hanging in longer this afternoon. A special thanks to our court reporter. And we'll see you in the morning at 9:30. We are adjourned. Off the record, please, ma'am.